to the AWS Developer Day. I am A.M. Grabelny. You can tell by the reactions of the people up here with me that I am screaming into the microphone right now because I'm so excited to welcome you all to this Developer Day. Thanks for joining us. We are live across several different platforms. We will be taking your questions. We want to hear from you. Let's start easy. Tell us where you're joining from. Tell us maybe what you're a developer in. What's your language of choice, perhaps? We can start slow, and then we're going to get to some really deep topics here today. Got a full agenda, but I got introductions to do. Let's start with you, Farah.
Hi, everybody. My name is Farah Campbell. I'm the head of developer advisory here at AWS, and I'm super excited to be joining AM and others today.
That's right. So Farah and I will be your main hosts for the day. I'm a dev advocate here for our game day program at AWS. Now, look, Jeff Barr is down there. You saw him on the wide angle. Jeff, do you wanna introduce yourself too, just in case there's maybe one or two people left who don't know who you are?
Sure. I'm Jeff Barr. I am VP and Chief Evangelist for AWS.
All right, and you're going to be hearing from Jeff here in just a few minutes. About 2.5 minutes here, we'll be going to Jeff for his thoughts on Developer Day. But I see our friends coming into chat here already. We got some people joining us from Virginia. Python.
Yep.
Python as a choice. We're going to be maybe talking some Python today. I do a lot of Python dev work now these days, which is surprising for me, actually. We got Closure. Ooh, that's a little bit of an exotic choice there.
We got Rust. We have some people on the show that like Rust today too. That's going to be another topic.
You might be seeing Darko, who is fastly becoming synonymous, I think, with Rust.
I think so.
Yeah. We got a bunch of Python here. We're very happy to see you all. As I said, we have a packed agenda today.
We do, and I think there's some challenges today too.
Yeah. So what are we going to be challenging our audience to do, Farah? What do you think?
Well, I think we have to keep that a secret until a little bit later,
Okay.
but we might want to tell them that we're going to drop a link into the chat. So if you want to participate in the developer challenge, please download Amazon Q and also VS Code if you don't have it.
There we go.
Yep.
We got that up. So we are giving you a little bit of a head start on the challenge. We're not telling you what the challenge is, even though I tried to trick Farah into doing that. She didn't. She's a pro. But we are giving you the instructions now so you can get a head start when we do release that challenge to be ready to go. So go download VS Code extension with Q Developer, and you will be all set when we actually get to that challenge portion. No tease, nothing to maybe even a language that they want to know.
Maybe just Python.
Okay, there we go. I got something. I got something out of Farah. All right, so developer challenge might be in Python. We'll have to see. What are you looking forward to? We got a bunch of segments today to get through. Do you have any in particular that you're excited about?
I'm excited about all of them.
All of them.
Yeah. I can't choose favorites.
Well, I can't
choose favorites.
Well, I will shout out one because we mentioned Darko. We'll also have Cobus up here too, so you might know Darko and Cobus as the pair. We're going to be talking .NET today too.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's definitely your favorite. That's got to be. Yeah.
I love me some .NET. But for now, what we want you to do is to stay tuned because we're going to go away. Jeff is going to come back, and we've got lots of content to get through today. So stick around. We'll be right back.
Hello, and welcome to Developer Day 2025. I'm Jeff Barr, VP and Chief Evangelist for AWS. So I've been building things with code for well over 40 years. Some days I definitely feel like a dinosaur, but over that time, I've just seen so many advances in tools and languages, methodologies, and processes. And what I've noticed is that each one of these is revolutionary and perhaps even a bit controversial at first, because as developers, we're often skeptics of new things. But as each of these advances matures, it proves its worth, we see that usage spreads, and then ultimately at some point it becomes somewhat ubiquitous, and we suddenly figure out, like, we have a hard time actually realizing, how did we ever do our jobs without these new things? So when I look back, I realize that even things that are now so kind of simple and totally obvious, like using a higher level language to write an operating system or a compiler, there was a time early in my career where people said, you know what, the only way to do something as deep and complex as an operating system, you have to use assembly language. There's no way you could ever use a higher level language. It's just too inefficient. It's impractical, never going to work. That, of course, was proven wrong with portable operating systems like Unix and its predecessor, Multics. And so we do have to get used to this idea that things actually change quite a bit in our industry. Now, today, we see that generative AI is driving these large-scale changes to the way that we work and, of course, to what we build. As I speak to a lot of developers, and I recently have been spending a lot of time in front of developers at community days and meetups and so forth, people are seeing all these great changes. They're excited by them. They're saying, wow, this gives me some new power, some new capabilities. But they're a little bit kind of wondering, like, where do I fit in? What's my role in this? They're saying, I don't want to be left behind. I don't want to just be kind of like a dinosaur fossil at some point, kind of left behind by history. How do I actually make sure that I'm staying current, that I'm actually tracking toward the future? Today's that day where you actually get to step into the future. We're going to give you some guidance that you're going to use to help you develop your skills and to really just to understand and to thrive in this really new and exciting world. You're going to get to see things in action. You're going to get to see Amazon Q Developer. You're going to get to see some other of the AI tools running. And you're going to actually get to learn how to use these coding assistants to help you to accomplish your goals. I always want to remind you that you are the one in charge. You're the one writing the prompts. You're the one saying, this is my problem. This is how I want to go about solving it. Asking your coding assistant. And it is an assistant. It's there to help you to get your job done. Never, ever forget that. Now, as part of this, you're going to see some of the tools have this feature called agentic capabilities. Kind of a new kind of a phrase, but I want you to pay close attention to that today. You'll see that the agents inside of Amazon Q Developer, they're going to help you to accelerate your tasks. Things like upgrading your Java application, adding a new feature to an existing application, all without a whole lot of interaction or intervention from you. Now, what I've realized a lot with these new tools, you can read about them, you can watch a video, you can hear your colleagues talk about them. That's okay. But what you really need to do is you need to actually log in, go hands-on, solve your own problems with these tools. There's no substitute for actually watching the magic of these tools in action, seeing putting in your prompt, seeing that output spew out after it does a little bit of thinking, looking at that output, giving some feedback, iterating. Then you actually get that dynamic feel for what it's like to actually be part of a development session while you're using your coding assistant. The experience can be described, but is best absolutely experienced firsthand. So make sure that you actually do go hands-on with all these at your absolute earliest possible opportunity. Now, one part of using Gen AI is something that we call prompt engineering, where you actually get to write the text that ultimately tells your coding assistant, this is the problem I want to solve, and this is the guidance I want to give you to help me solve my problem. My colleagues, Darko and Kobus, they're going to go really in-depth on prompt engineering, showing you how to write prompts that actually reflect your requirements. As I've been speaking to developers lately, one thing that it's becoming very, very clear is that this skill of understanding problems in depth and being an incredibly good communicator, being able to, as we've always worked to make sure that we understand our programming languages, we want to understand our of course, the syntax and the semantics and the data types and the standard libraries of our programming language that we use, and we say let's become incredibly good at knowing that vocabulary and using it to communicate with code. It turns out that writing awesome prompts means that we need to be good at communicating with human languages. So regardless of what language you're going to write your prompt in, and some of the tools you might actually say, well, maybe I'm not even going to write my prompt in English. I'll write it in my preferred natural language, and as part of my development workflow, I'll just ask another AI agent to translate it for me. Regardless of the language you're going to express your prompts in, the ability to understand your problem in depth and to skillfully and accurately challenge the coding assistant to help you, that's a skill that is absolutely worth developing. So another thing that I'm thinking about a lot is, in the past, we used to have this phrase that we used a lot called self-documenting code. Things like having a nice, clean program structure, good names for our functions and our methods and our variables and our data types and so forth. Lots of great formatting so that everything is just clear and obvious, basically to ourselves and to our colleagues, the purpose for a particular piece of code. So we thought of that self-documenting code as basically kind of we're writing for the humans, to make sure that the humans that come along after us, we're the initial developer, then a whole bunch of folks come in later to look at what we've built and say, wow, this person either knew or didn't know what they were doing. Let me take it from here and let me move it forward for the next round of upgrades and features and so forth. So that self-documenting code is our kind of our best attempt at trying to say, let's make everything really clear. And we said, well, that is for the humans and the code is for the computer. As I start to think about Gen AI and prompt writing, this phrase came to mind to me earlier this week that instead of self-documenting code, what if we think of these prompts as effectively self-coding documentation? We're writing the prompt, which is kind of the documentation for the problem that we'd like to solve and how we want to solve it. And then we're going to turn to our AI assistant and say, take this documentation and turn it into some code for me. So to me, this is definitely living in the future where we're writing these, we're going to get really good at writing awesome prompts. We're going to give our coding tools some guidance along the way. We're going to iterate as we go. You'll see some great examples of that today, right from this very, very desk. And we'll go from that prompt to the code to something up and running really, really quickly. So bringing these ideas to life is going to be just simpler and easier together. So for today, what do we have on Stack for you today? Well, we've got tons of live hands-on demos for you. We're going to show you how to use Gen AI to accelerate manual tasks of all sorts. Now, let's really face it. Some of these manual tasks are not even things we actually enjoy doing as developers. Modernization, transformation. I'm sure some of you wake up every day and say, wow, I want to modernize, I want to transform. But sometimes it just sounds kind of like you're just kind of stepping through some mud and leaving some footprints and fossils for the future. Not nearly as exciting as creating awesome, cool things from scratch. But modernizing and transforming, that's kind of the bread and butter, the things you really, really need to do to be a developer these days. But you're going to learn how you can modernize and transform really quickly at lightning speed. You're also going to see about ways you're going to use Q Developer to diagnose and troubleshoot things like operational issues and inefficiencies and so forth. Super excited for today. I'm going to be listening behind the scenes the entire day. I'm going to make a whole bunch of notes. Along with you, I'm going to be listening and learning. And I'm going to do my best to, as I do, move myself into the future. Definitely don't want to become a dinosaur. I definitely don't want to go extinct. So don't change the channel. And here we go. Stay tuned for the rest of Developer Day.
Hi, folks. My name's David Nally. I lead developer experience at AWS. I'm so excited that I get to hang out with all of you today, and also my friend Rachel Stevens, who's an industry analyst at RedMonk. Rachel, do you want to introduce yourself and tell people what you do on a day-to-day basis?
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. I'm Rachel Stevens. I am the research director at RedMonk. And at RedMonk, we focus on developer and practitioner-led technology adoption trends. So basically, we want to understand what the people who have their hands on the keyboard are doing and how that influences what's being used in the technology field.
Thanks so much, Rachel. I said thanks to everyone who's watching us. I want to call out a special thank you to your mother who's watching us as well.
Hi, Mom.
Rachel,
Can't believe you did that. I explicitly said not to do that. But hi, Mom.
Rachel, you get to see a lot of things happening in the software development industry.
I do indeed.
And you get to see a lot of the future trends coming. Can you tell us a little bit about what you're seeing in general in this field?
Yeah, so I would say if you do what I do, if you're an industry analyst in the year 2025, by law, you are required to talk about AI when you're talking about industry trends. That is the rule. But I want to take it a little bit broader when I talk about it, and I want to talk about trends that we're seeing broadly and how AI is impacting them. So one of the trends that we see is kind of a desire for platforms. There's a lot of complexity in the landscape right now, and part of it is driven by AI complexity. We're also just seeing complexity in general as tools have fragmented. So we see kind of people driving to K8s and kind of CNCF-based platforms on their own. We see people trying to go to like new Heroku-style platforms. We're seeing WASM, kind of a whole bunch of different flavors of platforms around the scene. And then we also see people who are trying to experiment with AI as its own version of an abstraction layer. So that's one place where we see AI experimenting in the platform field. Because of AI, data is always a really important part of it. We, to be frank, have always talked about the importance of data ever since I've been in this field. You can go all the way back to the big data Hadoop days, and people are talking about data-driven decision making, and it's always something that we're talking about. The reason it's different now is because AI has changed the queryability of the data for a lot of people, and it's really democratized people's ability to access data and broadened out the ability to do it. And also just the amount of money that's been invested has really changed the ROI for a lot of people. And then the last thing I want to talk about is just the fact that the frothiness of the market right now is huge. The amount of tools and investment in tools right now is gigantic. So the amount of
You mean dev tools, right?
dev tools for sure. And so I think that's what we're seeing in the market right now. And so let's talk
about dev tools.
Yeah.
Like you just said the word frothy.
Frothy.
What does that mean I'm sure that's a technical term as an analyst, but
No, I don't think so.
tell us a little bit about what you're seeing in the dev tool market then.
I just think it's really moving quickly. So the tools that were really cutting edge 9-12 months ago are the ones that are being replaced and rolling over now. So the investment and the way that the market is moving in the model space and the tool space is just moving very quickly. And so there's no resting on laurels right now for vendors or for people who are making the investment in the tools. You have to be prepared for things to be moving quickly.
Are you seeing multiple tool adoption in developers machines?
I think it really depends on where developers are at. I think developers are all, and the people they work for are all trying to figure out what this actually looks like, because people don't know where to place their investment bets right now. So people have a lot of money that they're trying to figure out how to allocate, a lot of time and investment that they're trying to figure out what's actually going to give me the most bang for my buck and the best developer experience. And so, yes, some people are kicking the tires on multiple things, and some people are just trying to invest in one, and that's where we're going to go right now. And sometimes it's the first horse leader kind of thing, and some people were doing multi-horse races.
So I'm a little bit older. I'm not quite Jurassic Park older, but I'm trying to earn the graybeard designation, as you can see. And so I think a lot of people like me have a little bit of a curmudgeonly outlook on AI and how it's going to impact things. Mm-hmm. If you were a developer sitting in my shoes, what would you tell me that would perhaps convince me that generative AI actually has a place in the future of software development?
Yeah, so I think you're not alone, first of all. I think there's very much people who are skeptical. I think there's a lot of people who are in that true believer camp who have experimented with AI and have seen the way that it has changed their workflows, who have experienced the way that it has accelerated their work, dramatically changed their work, or has enabled them to do something that they weren't able to do before, which is impactful. And I think at the other time, we have seen people who are skeptical either of the ethical concerns, of the governance, of the way that it's all coming, or they have concerns maybe about job loss and replacement. There's a lot of concerns that come from a lot of different angles. So I think a lot of people are maybe in that it's not so much whether you could use AI, it's whether you should use AI. So you have to kind of have that balance of how are you thinking about it? Should you be using it? Is it the right use case for it? And are the right people using it?
Is it going to cost me my job?
It's a good question. I think in the short term, there's definitely going to be impacts in how people are doing things. And I think I'm really slightly grumpy with you right now, not only for the mom call out, but also you're going to make me be the person who has to say agentic AI on stage.
We'll talk about agentic AI in a minute. But you know, what I keep hearing you describe, though, is something that I feel like we've been through before. Like when we moved from assembly to modern languages, when we started using IDEs instead of text editors, that didn't, I mean, there was a lot of it's destroying software development as an art type of wailing and gnashing of teeth, but software development continued to be a thing. So is it that type of incremental step change that you see coming in the industry?
I think this is a good question. So I'm a believer that I'm going to throw out the Jevons paradox thing, and you can talk with me. I think in the short term there's going to be changes, and I think one of the things that we've seen a lot are people who have tried to make big job cuts in and around AI have realized that the market is not there yet in their ability to have AI fully replace and augment and replace humans. It still is a place in the market where it needs to augment humans. And so for at least where the market is now, there's, I don't think, full ability for AI to replace humans. That said, I do think that there is a lot of desire for just kind of that hunt for what is it that we can do to be more automated. And I think sometimes in capitalistic societies, when we look for automation, sometimes that means job loss. And so it can be scary. But I do think in the long term, when you look at the Jevons paradox world, which means as things get easier to consume, more things are consumed, I do think that I think there are reasons to be hopeful that it actually means bigger and better and more software is produced. So
I like the Jevons paradox reference. So if you're not aware of what Jevons paradox is, in 1865, an economist with the last name of Jevons discovered through research that essentially when you made things more efficient, it didn't drop demand. It actually increased demand. And at the time, he was talking about coal-fired plants. And even as the coal-fired plants became more efficient, it didn't decrease the demand for coal. As a matter of fact, it increased it. I like that because I think we had a similar phase when people started talking about cloud computing. When cloud computing came around, they said, making workloads more efficient, making it easier to spin things up is going to decimate a lot of the computing industry. And I think we've seen that it definitely has not had that outcome.
Yeah.
You invoked the word agentic a minute ago.
Sorry.
That feels a little buzzwordy, if I'm honest.
It is.
I mean, I know we heard Jeff talking about agentic workflows a little earlier, but like as an analyst, getting away from some of the hype, what does agentic mean to you?
So I think when I think agentic, I just think about automated workflows. And I think anyone out there who's listening to that realizes that The problem with the buzzwordy feeling of agentic then is automated how and which workflows, because we're all then going to be talking about slightly different things in slightly different ways. But when I'm thinking about traditional prompt engineering with an LLM, I'm thinking about I have prompted an LLM, my query then goes into the LLM and I get an output. And then if I want to change that output, I need to reprompt. In an agentic workflow, I can prompt, and my LLM then has a broader context window and different steps. So the LLM then can kind of cycle through the way that it is thinking about things and kind of think about like looping in a function kind of thing. So it can take my feedback, it can cycle through what it is that it is thinking about, it can take inputs and recycle them back through the LLM and go through like a multi-step process and then output things. So it's not that all of the inputs that are going into the LLM are coming directly from the user prompt, but that the LLM can prompt itself. And so I think that's a way that you can think about agentic AI in the way. So like when you're talking about where people start to get worried about job loss, it's like that's where people can get a little bit concerned because like, oh no, the LLM is prompting itself kind of thing. I still think a lot of what I've seen in the market thus far is very much augmentative and not replacement.
Okay, so just to make sure I understand, again, I'm approaching fossil stage, and so to make sure I understand what you're saying that instead of just telling it to do something and it does that, it also looks at all of the other things that need to be done. Like if I update a function, maybe it goes and works on the documentation.
Yes.
Okay, that's fascinating. I think that's. I also heard you say something that we're looking at. We've historically interacted with these tools, these coding assistants, in a chat function. And I heard you make that comment, and almost like you assumed that that's not going to be the future.
I think the reason that we started with chat functions and it felt so natural is because IDEs for a long time have had code completion. And so it was a really natural way for developers to kind of iterate. So it's code completion, and then we go into kind of a more natural language thing. And it was just kind of a more natural state of step function changes. And as we think about where we're going from here, I think we're going to see it evolve beyond just AI as a code editor and a code completion assistant into more of the SDLC. I think we'll see that it is starting to take broader modalities and more just more formats.
Yeah, that's interesting because that sounds like a different way of developing than perhaps what at least people like me are used to.
I think that comes back to our frothy word. Things are changing.
Things are changing. Have you seen this rate of innovation or frothiness or pace of change happen before?
Not in my time in the industry. I think it definitely has felt like a rate of change that has been new for me. Have you?
Cloud computing seemed like it took over the world 20-ish years ago. And so that seemed to be a sea change, and everyone was talking about cloud computing. Maybe that's the closest thing I've seen to this. But I also think that there are a lot of things staying the same. And what I heard from you today is that the way that software is going to be developed is changing. We may not even know what that looks like yet.
Yep.
I heard you say that, and I heard you invoke Jevons paradox. And if you're not familiar with Jevons paradox, it is worth a read on Wikipedia. But I heard you invoke Jevons paradox to describe the situation. So what I'm interpreting from that is that you think that I still have a job in 6 months.
Yes.
And then I also heard you talk a lot about platforms and data.
Yes.
And that those are getting new and different kinds of attention than we've had before.
Yes.
Rachel, really thank you for coming out here. I know this was a flight for you to come spend time with us. I know everyone here appreciates that. I appreciate you giving us a glimpse into the crystal ball that Red Monk has on the future of software development. And I really appreciate all of you learning along with us. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the chance to be here. Thank you, everyone, and have a great day.
Welcome back to our live coverage of AWS Developer Day. I am A.M. Grabelny, one of your hosts. I'm just about as pleased as a plesiosaur to be bringing you our first developer challenge. I got my co-host here, Farrah Campbell. How you doing, Farrah?
I'm doing great. I'm really excited for this challenge.
Do you already know what it is?
I mean, maybe.
Okay.
I mean, why are you trying to put me on the spot on all this right now?
I'm just trying to see if you will give away any hints before we get to Brian down there at the end. Brian, the alliteratively named Brian Beach down there. You want to introduce yourself, and you're going to bring us the challenge, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
So, hi everyone. My name is Brian Beach, and I'm the tech lead for our next-gen developer experience team. So I spend all of my time working with customers that are users of our developer tools, including Amazon Q Developer.
All right. So I got chat open. I'm looking at what you all are saying in here. I got LinkedIn and Twitch open. I know there's a bunch of live streams going on today. So I want to see if you all have gone and installed Q Developer yet. I hope you have, because you're going to need it, right? So let's get into that developer challenge, Brian. Let's unveil what they're going to be doing.
Ta-da.
Great. Excellent. So the link to the challenge itself should be in chat. And if you follow that, it will take you to the page that I have open here. All right. And you're just going to simply log in. You can use any name you want. It does have to be unique, so if someone else is already using that, you may have to change it.
I'm happy you got Brian Beach in there.
Absolutely. Yeah, I got
That's
in.
good.
I get in early, so hopefully no one beat me to it. Okay, so the way this challenge works is essentially what we want to do is compare an experienced developer not using a tool with an inexperienced developer that's using Q to help them. And so the first thing we're going to do here is just go through a quick assessment to decide which of those two camps you fall into. Are you in the blue team that's using Q, or are you in the red team that is not? So I want to use Q. I'm just going to say that I'm really inexperienced, which is not entirely untrue.
Well,
Despite my role.
As we were saying yesterday, you might be deeply experienced in one area of
Yes.
tech, right? Or one language in
Yes,
particular.
yes.
But today we're using Python. Yeah?
Yes.
So anybody in chat, maybe you got 10 years in Java, right? But you got 0 years in Python. You might want to fill in that form
Absolutely.
with that in mind.
Yep. Also a dinosaur here, and I'm a C#
Me too.
originally. Yes. That's
too.
where most of my career is, and so I'm picking up Python as I go here. Once you get logged in, though, you'll go to the tasks, and if I click on task 1 here, it will take you to the first task. And this is a really simple problem, right? Given the variables A and B, write code so that the result is equal to the sum of A and B. It's a pretty simplistic one. I'm going to use Q for this, though. So I'm in the team that's supposed to be using Q. So I'm just going to grab this and kind of come over into Q and let Q help me with this. So I'll come over here, and I'll put this in just as a comment, and Q will do an autocomplete for me. And I can just hit Tab to accept that. And so it gives me an implementation based on the prompt that I'm giving it in a comment. And really, this is what I care about, right? So I'm just going to grab this, come back over, and I'll put that in and submit it. Okay, and right, that's correct. So I got a nice green. It took me 39 seconds to complete that simplistic task. But this is an interesting one. So I tried to do this. My first time through, I did this without Q. Right? I thought I was experienced enough. And this is a really simple prompt. But it actually took me a couple of tries. If people are trying to do this live, they're probably struggling ever so slightly with even this simplistic task. The first time I read this, I read it as write code so that the result is equal to the sum of A and B. But if you read it, it literally says that result is.
Meaning the
And so-
variable name.
Yes. And it's
Ah.
sort of a little tricky. Even, when you get requirements as a developer, it's not always entirely obvious what you're expected to do. And so even something as simple as this, it took me a couple tries. I tried A plus B, I tried return A plus B, and a couple different combinations to try to understand what it wanted before I finally got there.
So it helps you to be fast, just like kind of like a velociraptor.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right.
They are fast.
Very fast.
To be fair
They are.
to you, they
They
are
are.
fast. That was a good fast dinosaur.
Yep. So
Go
I'm
ahead,
going to
Brian.
jump ahead here, right? The
Yeah.
next one. These are going to get progressively harder. We're going to do this 3 times today. There's roughly 6 or 7 questions in each of these. So I'm going to grab this second one, and I'll just kind of show you around a little bit some of the different features. The first time I used a comment to prompt here. This time I'm just going to do Command I, and it'll bring up this little prompt box where I can just ask it a question. Sometimes I don't literally want the prompt in as a comment, so I can just ask it here, and Q will go and implement that as well.
Okay.
And generally, as I move from those autocomplete, right? The autocomplete is all about speed when I'm just putting comments in or asking it to finish something for me. And it's trying to give me an answer as fast as possible. And usually just gives me a few lines, and it completes the thought that I'm in the middle of. With this was a really simple example, so it didn't give me a lot of code, but notice like it wrote a function first and then gave me the implementation later. So it's a little more complete when you do this. It takes, if you notice, a couple of seconds instead of a couple of milliseconds to answer this one. But I'm increasing the capabilities here. So again, I'll just grab this and come back in, paste this in, and hopefully it got this right. Yes. Okay.
Well,
so
still much faster than looking in docs and having to go research the information all yourself.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. So I'm going to do just one more. Let me jump ahead here. There's a few more if people are following along. This time it's starting to get a little bit more complex. These will get quite a bit more complex as you get into the end of this. But this time I'm going to come over into chat and I'll ask this question in chat. And now this time it'll chew on this. Again, this will take a few seconds this time. It's a little bit longer interaction, but you'll notice that in the chat, I get a lot of supporting information. It's not just giving me that code, it's also giving me a whole explanation. So when I'm learning something new, a new language, a new framework, this is really valuable to give me a lot more detail about it, right? So now it's giving me the implementation, but it's also giving me a little bit of background. Again, this is a very simple example, so there's not all that much that it can tell me about it, but it's kind of walking me through and holding my hand. So we kind of went through 3 quick examples here. One, just doing inline, then move to that inline chat capability, and then finally into the full chat where I'm getting all of this background information, and it's helping me out as I go.
Yeah, I think that part that you just highlighted, Brian, about, hey, it's giving me a bunch of explanation, that's a really key piece of using any of these tools, is that, you know, especially if this is a language that's new for you, right? With Python, right? Brian and I both were talking about, hey, I know C#. I'll tell you what, I could not put result equals anything and get a value in C# because I have to declare the variable type or I have to use the var keyword in C#, right? But you can do that in Python, right? So maybe I didn't know that prior, and I can learn that from my interactions with Q Developer.
Yeah, and so as you're working through this, you'll find, for me anyway, when I'm comfortable doing something, then I tend to be working in line and just letting it do autocomplete for me. But when I'm working with something new, then I'm much more likely to go into chat and do this conversationally and kind of talk through it a little bit with them.
Yeah, we're going to be talking a lot about that in an upcoming segment with our friends Darko and Kobus and how they're utilizing these tools to learn new languages and things like that. I know Darko spent a lot of time learning Rust in this way. I don't want to, I was going to surprise him with this, but I've also learned a little bit of Rust too in the same way because, you know, I know how to write something in C# or JavaScript. I can structure that in chat with Q and say, well, how would you do this in Rust? You know, and it'll show me the function syntax, right? We saw it in Python, right? It's the def keyword, right? DEF. That's how you create a function in Python. I may not have known that prior, right? Yep. These are all great learning opportunities as you're working with these tools to expand your own knowledge.
Which really simplifies things, because when I was getting started, I just felt like I was looking through tons of documentation, tons of different content, and trying to figure out like what was the right way. So this would have simplified that for me a ton.
And speaking of increasing your learning, as you do these developer challenges that Brian has laid out for you today, we're going to have a scoreboard. Let's bring up that scoreboard. You know, you can't learn without competing, I think. You have to have a little friendly competition, maybe. So,
absolutely.
I
notice I'm not at the top of the leaderboard here,
yeah, I don't see Brian Beach up there, unfortunately. But
too much time talking.
We'll check in every so often. We'll swoop in like a pterodactyl and see where you all are on this leaderboard. But for now, we're going to transition to a segment with Brian. So stick around, because he's got more to say.
Great. Thank you.
Hey, everybody, we are back. We still have Brian with us, but I think we're going to learn something new. So, Brian, what do you want to tell? I know that there's a lot to get through in this segment.
There
So,
is.
let's. Why don't we just go ahead and get started?
Yeah, sounds good. So if you joined the challenge just before this, we started playing with a few different ways to interact with Q, right? We did the inline, where it was auto-completing for me. We talked to chat a little bit. What we're going to do now is shift into the agent capability. And so these are longer running processes, but they have a much broader reach. They can accomplish a lot more. So I'm back in my IDE here that we were looking at earlier. And this time I have the Flask R application open. So if you're not familiar with this, this is the demo project that you've probably used if you were learning Python Flask, the web framework. And so let me just bring this up. This is a really simplistic demo, but I'll bring up my development server here. And so if you've used this, it's just a little microblogging site. So I might create an entry like testing 1, 2, 3, and I'll add that. And you see it just adds it into the list here. And I could keep adding new entries. So for the sake of this example, notice that I can't delete anything. I have no capability to handle a delete here. And so what I want to do with our time is add the delete functionality into this application. So let's come back in. Now, of course, I could do that. I could start just editing if I come into the Flask R application here. All right, this is the implementation from the tutorial. And I could just come in here and start working on it and add new capabilities. Q would help me. But what I want to do this time is invoke one of these agents. So we looked at chat just before, and you saw me interacting with it and asking questions. What I'm going to do now is start with a /, and that will tell it that I want to use one of the agents. And it lists them here for me. So you see things like writing documentation, running tests.
Can you give us just a quick,
Yeah.
like what is the key difference between using one of these agents versus just doing everything through the chat or right-clicking and sending to the prompt, that type
Absolutely.
of
Let me get it running quickly, and then I'll kind of talk you through that. So I'm starting this agent, and you can see here I said, please add the new method to remove an item, and make sure you update the HTML, the code, and the SQL query. And that's exactly what you're asking. Before I do that, though, it's asking me if I want to use my dev file. I'll come back to this and explain it in a minute. I'm just going to say no to get this running, because this takes a little bit longer. So to come back to your question, essentially the main difference here is I'm not doing this locally. This has now packaged up my entire application and is moving it into a secure sandbox where Q can work on it. So it's no longer just me working on my machine. In addition, when I'm doing this locally, I'm generally just looking at the current tab that's open. That's what Q's aware of. Right. We're really focused on speed in those experiences. And so it will look at the open tab. If there's room in the context, it might grab an adjacent tab. But generally, the context is pretty small. Now it can see the entire project. So you'll also notice at the same time, though, that this takes longer.
Yes.
Right? We talked before, those inline completions, it generally will take a few milliseconds. Right. When you get into the chat, it's a few seconds to get a response. Now it's going to take a minute or two to go and do this work, but it's much broader. It can look at the entire project, and it can act on multiple files. So you can see now it's launched that sandbox. That took a little bit of time, and it's starting to work. You can see that it's reviewing files. It's looking at the project. And based on my prompt, it's looking at the SQL. So it understands what the SQL looks like. It's looking at the HTML page, and it's looking at the code. So it's doing exactly what I asked it to do. But it's able now to act across all of those files. It's not just looking at the one file anymore. Okay, and now you can see it's starting to make some changes. So it went into the Python file, went into the HTML. Yeah, and it's kind of giving me updates about what it's doing as it's working and thinking.
I think that's huge. I mean, context is everything when you're working in a code base, right? Like just, from a human working through a code base, right-clicking on a function that's being called and, show me where that function is defined. That's kind of, from an agent standpoint, what's happening here. You're giving it the capabilities to be able to see everything, where it's defined, how it's defined, what it's implementing, so that it can make more intelligent suggestions.
Yep, exactly.
Makes sense. Cool.
Exactly. So it's finished now. It's made these changes. So if I come in first into the HTML, you can see that it's gone through and added this new delete capability. It's got a confirmation. Are you sure you want to delete? And then if I come into the code where the implementation is, you can see that first it went in and updated the select statement. So this isn't actually needed for delete, right? This isn't part of delete. But in order to delete it, I need the ID to delete something from the database. So it's smart enough to go and fix first the list capability so that the ID is there so that it can then make the delete happen and remove that item.
Okay. Very
Okay,
cool.
so it went and did that, and then it also made changes here and actually implemented. This is the meat of the request where it did the remove capability.
You know, Brian, you're already selling me on anything that's going to write SQL statements for
Absolutely.
me. You know, I'm all set when it comes to writing SQL. I'm good. I'm at capacity, so if I can hand that over to Q Developer,
Yes,
great.
I'm with you on that one.
It's like having a helper, just take care of that for me. Stuff you don't want to do.
I love it.
So I merged that back in. I'll refresh the page here, and you can see I now have a delete button, and I get to confirm, and it removes that item. Right, so it's gone, and Q has done the work of adding this new capability into the app for me, just as I asked it to do. Okay, I do want to pause. When I first started that before, it asked me that thing about the dev file, which I kind of skipped and said I'd come back to. I do want to come back to that really quickly. So I have this thing called the dev file here, which is essentially explaining to Q how to build my application. And if I had said yes earlier, Q would have also, after it made the changes, done a build and test and actually looked at any issues with the application and fixed them. So I chose not to do that just in the interest of time, but we're able to do that, and then that lets it go into a build fix loop and go through and fix any errors that might be there.
Nice.
So it can really, really change the outcomes. This is a pretty simplistic example, so I was confident that it would get through it without any extra help. Okay. So at this point, we've gone in and added this new capability.
We got a new feature, so we got to document it, right?
Yes, exactly.
But luckily, Brian, for you, any code that I'm involved in is self-documenting, so no documents needed.
Yes.
Just kidding. My team won't let me get away with that either, so I'm assuming you're not going to let me get away with that today.
No.
Okay.
No. So we spend a lot of time. Well, let me kick this off and get it running. I'm going to hit the next agent here, just called doc, and I'm going to ask it to update my README file. And I could ask it to just reflect the code change, but I want to tell it exactly what I want it to do here. So I'll do that. And it will say, what do you want to do? And I will say, add the new delete method. Whoops, you got to spell it right. Add the new delete method.
All right. So we got a route for deleting now.
Cool. So we spent a lot of time talking about how generative AI really speeds up and makes you faster. I don't really think that's the important part. I think it's more about the impact it has on your code and how much better you get at keeping the code quality up. As a developer, I enjoy solving the problem. I don't enjoy all the follow-up work. The code reviews, the documentation, writing the unit tests. So if I have a tool that can do that for me, that's super powerful.
I have yet to meet an engineer I've ever worked with that has said, my passion is maintenance.
Yes.
I would love to meet an engineer who had that passion.
You haven't here.
I haven't.
I think I know one, Mike. I mean, he does he calls himself the code gardener.
That's
true.
So
I do know one.
Yeah. But yeah, most software devs are really most excited when working on the next thing.
Yes.
The next feature.
Yep.
Building out what's coming. And although I definitely have met engineers who like writing docs. Not all of us do. I assume there's maybe, I don't know if we're going to get to this or talk about it. There's also a testing unit test.
Yes, absolutely.
Agent.
Yep.
All right.
So think about how this would change your developer flow, right? Every time I'm done, before I commit something, I can just ask the docs agent to go and update the documentation and bring it up to standard with all the changes that I just made. I can go in then and I can also ask it to update the unit test to keep my code coverage up. And finally, I can also go in and do a code review, which is what we're going to do next, and ask it to run a code review and make suggestions about how to improve the application. So this is done. Again, you notice that this took like 60 seconds. So it's not an instantaneous action. This is one of the agents. It packaged up my app again, moved it server-side, worked on it. In this case, I told it exactly what I want to do, but it will also do things like look through the Git history and try to understand what's happened in the application, what's changed. So it does all of that server-side, and then it comes back and says, here's the change, and went and added that new delete section in. So I'll just accept that. Okay. And it's updated my file for me. So great. The next thing I want to do is before I commit this, I do want to run a code review on it. Right? And eventually a human will do a code review as part of my check-in process. But before I get to that, let's come in and I'm going to start a new window here. I would like to come in and I'm going to do this time review and ask it to run a code review.
And what type of issues can the agent identify?
Yeah. So there's a few things that it's looking for. A lot of this is going to be focused on security. So the first thing it's going to do is essentially composition analysis. It's going to look at all of the dependencies that my application has. What open source packages do I have dependencies on? And are there any known CVEs in those? Right, and identify any of that. It will also do static analysis. So it will go in and look at the code and look for vulnerabilities in the way the code is written. If you noticed right away when I scrolled through before, right, there's some hard-coded passwords and things in here. This is a sample application, and so there's a lot of code in here that's not best practice, that isn't ready for production. So it'll look at those. And then finally, there's a large language model behind this, of course, and so I can use that just like a peer review. And I can pass the code to it and say, just look this over and make some suggestions about how to improve the code. And it'll do that as well.
Awesome. We're getting a lot of love in the chat there. Everybody's saying that this looks like a really powerful tool. And that's amazing. Outcomes and driven coding. So
great.
Yeah, to me, this is really great, especially if and I've faced this in my own career, and as I've mentored others and things like that as I've gotten more senior in my career. But a code review can be pretty intimidating if you haven't gone through the process. Yes. And it can even be intimidating if you're new to a team and you don't know their process. And you kind of want to put your best foot forward, yes. Right? Like there are no second impressions, they say, right? And first impressions mean so much. So this is a great way, I would say, to build some confidence without having to put it up to your, team code review process and make sure you've got some of the more obvious glaring things taken care of, right?
Yep. Yes, absolutely. There's been plenty of times where I'm a little humiliated by the things it does find. It doesn't have to be a human to make me feel small.
That's right. But it's better to go through that feeling with a Q developer who's not judging you, right?
Yes.
There's no judgment.
Yes.
Or before contributing to an open source project. I mean, that's another one, you know what I mean? Because that's a big first impression, and you want to make sure you start off right. And
out there in the public internet where everyone can see.
Where everyone can see.
Yeah. So I could absolutely see a lot of value here in terms of like, okay, Q developer, please help me look good in front of my peers.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Which some people care about, not me.
I do.
I do too, deeply. It's a lot of my self-esteem. Please shower me with praise in chat. I love you.
All right, so it's now finished and gone through, and while we were talking, did detect a few issues here, of course, right? And a few critical ones at that. So let's come in, and the first thing that I want to do is I'm going to start with this package vulnerability down here. So in this case, this is calling out an issue in Flask, and this version of Flask that I'm using, and I can just hover over it to get a quick little overview, or I can say I want to see some details, and then I'll get a nice overview. And there's a few things I can do from here. So I could go into explain, which is essentially just going to move this issue into chat and start a conversation about it. If I don't understand what's here, I can start to have a conversation with Q and understand, what does this mean? What are the implications? And kind of talk through it. You can see that it's also made a recommendation for how to fix it. In this case, it's just bumping the version. Sorry, this little window there is hanging over it. So I'm just going to accept that, and it'll just bump the version and get me to a version that doesn't have this vulnerability in it. So I'll accept that one. Then I'll go in. Let's look at some the static analysis issues that it found. So in this case, hard-coded credentials. And so I'll come in here, and it's calling out that I've got some hard-coded credentials in the password. Again, this is a sample app. So this is not something that would ever have gone into production. But let's come in here, and again, I'll view the details. And very similarly, it gives me a nice description. Notice this time it didn't pre-generate the fix, because this is a little more complicated, needs some thought. But we have a large language model behind this, so let's ask you to go and generate a fix for this.
Yeah, this kind of goes to a question that we got in chat, on LinkedIn chat. They ask, what would happen if something fundamental wasn't available in the app architecture? And so, for me personally, looking at this, I would think, we probably need some sort of configuration management tool to pull in this password from, a secure one, like Secrets Manager or something like that.
Exactly.
But what if that's not in the application already, right? What can Q Developer do for us there?
Well, that's a perfect lead-in, because that's exactly the fix that it's recommending here, right? Is essentially the rewritten code is externalizing this secret and moving it into an environment variable. Presumably, then I'm going to inject that.
Right.
From outside. Now, if I don't have that in, well, that's a good opportunity to come in and go to explain and start having that conversation with Q and say, well, where am I going to get this from? and then
Yes.
have some conversations about the available options, and that might end up being Secrets Manager or SSM or something like that.
Yeah.
So there's lots of options that we could use, and I could have that conversation and get Q to make some recommendations for me. So then let's just peek at some of these other ones. So the last few issues that it calls out are really just readability ones. Let me get rid of this window. So these last few are just looking at things that it's saying, hey, this is just hard to read. These are not security issues necessarily, but this is just Q making recommendations like a peer might make recommendations for me to make some improvements in my application. So if I come into this one, it's just talking through, just readability, maintainability issues, and generally making some suggestions about how to improve this. Okay. So I've done a few things here, We used Q to write the application, and then we really started to focus on improving the quality with documentation, with a code review. The last thing I want to do is I'm just going to come in and I'm going to ask it to write some tests.
Can I ask from
Yeah.
chat before we do that, Brian? We got a question about how can this be leveraged by security teams to keep the code and vulnerabilities in check?
Yep.
I would expect you to say something along the lines of this is like supplemental to like a security team's normal practices. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. This is. I think of this as more. These are things that I'm doing before I check in.
Right.
The security team should be enforcing those policies then after check-in as probably part of a CI/CD process.
Right.
When you're doing your build. Ryan's going to join later to talk a little bit about integrations with GitLab and what that looks like.
Okay. Great. Yeah. To me, this is like that. For lack of a better term, a marketing term, that DevSecOps shift left type,
Exactly.
where
Yes.
you're shifting some of the security proactive capabilities down to the developer to be able to run these simpler things that then get added to the pipeline later, and the pipeline is running the more standard security team tooling.
Excellent. Yeah. Perfect.
Cool.
Perfect.
Great.
Cool. So as we're closing here, I'm just finally going to ask it to write some unit tests.
And how
I'll
does
let that run.
how does it determine which test cases to generate?
Yeah. Well, in this case, I don't have any.
Okay.
I don't have any tests in here, but had I, and probably I should have in hindsight creating this demo, I probably should have had everything but the delete method so that you could see it just go in and kind of fill in the blanks. But here it is, you can see first going through and discovering what's here and saying, okay, I found these methods, and then I'm going to write tests for them. And again, this is a longer running process where it is taking code, moving it into a secure sandbox, and working on it iteratively. So you'll see that this will take 60 seconds or so for it to do this, but then it'll come back with unit tests written for.
I see, Brian, you and I write code very similarly. No tests. That's also a hallmark of my code.
Yes, yes.
Team no test.
It's a sample.
No, my team writes tests, and then they yell at me for not writing tests, and I get in trouble.
Yeah.
All right, I don't know if we'll get to the.
No, it's up. It's done.
We're so. Oh, we got it. Okay,
There you
let's
go.
pull back up. Let's take a quick look at this test before we got to run.
Yeah, we won't spend too much time on this, but you can see here's the implementation where it's gone and set up PyTest and started writing some of these. And you can see, this is not just like the obvious success test. It's not just saying, show me the successful cases, but it's also doing a bunch of negative tests and edge cases and stuff like that as I come through here, right? And this is reasonably complete. I haven't dug through deeply enough to know exactly what is and isn't covered here, but you can see, this is a couple hundred lines of code that it wrote of tests.
Nice.
So this is pretty thorough.
That's
Exactly
great.
what I'd wanna
And luckily, Brian, everybody who is playing along with the developer challenge already can get started because they downloaded everything. So it's available there. Go try it out. And we will be right back with more. So stay here.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Christian Boncelet. I'm an AWS community builder and work as an AWS solutions architect for Bundesliga, which is the professional football league here in Germany. I started my career actually more than 10 years ago, working on several media and broadcasting companies here in Germany, and sort of strong background in the whole broadcasting and media industry. And since 4 years, I'm also an AWS community builder, so I joined the program. And in my day-to-day work, I guide our teams at Bundesliga in finding solutions on AWS, designing solutions, building proof of concepts, and taking them by hand, being the trusted advisor in a huge variety of topics. So it may be serverless, maybe AI and machine learning, and all the stuffs that we do to provide value to Bundesliga fans and football fans worldwide. I love really being part of the AWS community, and I can say this truly, I would not be where I am without the support of the AWS community, actually. So as I said, I started as a community builder 4 years ago, and suddenly was in between of a community of very smart and helpful people. And I especially like the kindness and diversity we have. So whenever I have a question, actually, chances are high that either somebody was in the same situation, is able to help me, or can participate from my learning. So on the other side, I can also share a lot of things and help others to grow from my experience and my learnings on the various tasks of both technology side, but also personal side. So for example, like how to become a better speaker and these things. I use Amazon Q Developer actually since years, where it was named Amazon Code Whisperer, so where things started to focus more on just coding related issues. And what I really like about Q Developer nowadays is that there are so many aspects that really go beyond coding. So it's an AI assisted for software development, and coding is just one part. And it has really the capabilities to support me in the whole software development lifecycle we have. And my use case as the solutions architect are actually beyond generating code. I use it a lot for architectural guidance. I use it for preparing for meetings with my engineering team, so with business stakeholders, analyzing existing solutions, and really working with the teams alongside the AI agent. And because I trust AWS to protect my data, I also trust Amazon Q Developer to protect my data. That's kind of what we, from a company perspective, also appreciate, that we have a high trust that we can use this AI assistant without any risks on our workflows. And what I also really appreciate and like is the integration capabilities into the whole AWS ecosystem. So whether it is in the IDE, in my CLI, or in the management console, that's covering a lot of use cases and gives us a broad range of opportunities where we can use AI assistants and boost our productivity. So I can tell, coming back from an engineer back in the days, now as a solution architect, I have a lot of use cases where it boosts my productivity, where I get faster and get things done very faster. So yeah, thank you everyone for listening. I hope you learned a lot, and join the AWS community, the AWS community builders, to learn more.
Welcome back from the desk here at AWS Developer Day. I'm A.M. Grabelny, dev advocate for Game Day, joined by Farrah Campbell down here.
I'm still here.
I'm still here. You haven't left?
Not yet. Not yet.
Usually by now, people I host with, they're gone. They're out. They're like, I'll never work with him again. But
I will always work with you, AM. Always.
See, fishing for compliments, I'll get one every time from Farrah.
That's what I'm here for.
We've got a very exciting guest. I am incredibly biased for this topic as well. One of my favorite topics to talk about, AWS Amplify. But Allie, please introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm Allie. I am the head of developer relations for North America, but previous to this, I was on the Amplify team for the last 4.5 years. So I get to go back to my roots a little bit and talk about Amplify today, and I'm pretty excited about it.
So you know a little bit about it.
Just a little bit.
just a little bit.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, and Allie and I, it only took us a couple of years to figure out yesterday that we were both on the Amplify team, probably at the same time. Even.
Yes, at the same time, for sure. So
there you go. There you have it. Anyway, so we're going to be talking specifically, I think we'll go through a little intro about what Amplify is for anybody who hasn't used it. But today we're really going to be focusing in on the AI kit. Is that right?
Yeah. So I want to talk a little bit about the bigger problem before we dive into Amplify, right? So I think one of the hardest parts about building AI apps is not actually the AI layer. It's integrating it into all the other stuff for your application, right? So it's having authentication, so not anybody can spam your chat. It's making it so that your LLM has access to your application's data so that it can actually use that in those chat conversations or summaries or any of the other use cases that you're trying to do. And then the other part is building out the user interface. Like, yes, building out a chat app is a relatively solved problem, but it's still not something that you want to write those thousands of lines of code or whatever. So it's nice to have all of those things built in for you. And so that's why we built Amplify AI Kit. To back up a little bit into what Amplify is, it makes it easy for front-end and full-stack developers to build out full applications powered by AWS. And two main problems that I see it solving are, first, hosting front-end applications. So Next.js apps, React apps. I'm using Next.js today, but could be whatever front-end framework you like using. Also, the second thing is building out a backend and having authentication and storage and data and doing that all in a familiar environment for those front-end and full-stack developers. So we rebuilt Amplify this year, Amplify Gen 2, and everything is in TypeScript. So you can build out your backend schema, all in TypeScript, your authentication, all in TypeScript, storage, TypeScript. So I think it's really exciting because you're writing all of your code just in one code base in one language.
You're talking to a big Angular fan too, so when you say TypeScript, I'm on board fully. So yeah, that's one of my favorite things that Amplify has always kind of set out to do is to make the connection between a back-end application and a front-end application so much more easy for the developer who's joining those two aspects of an application. And when I heard you all have this AI toolkit, I was like, that makes a lot of sense, right? Because you have to make those connections to the front end piece that the users are interacting with.
And behind the scenes, it's all using Amazon Bedrock, so you can use whatever model you want to and all of those great Bedrock features. So really excited to dive into the code and the app that we're going to be building.
You've made an app for us, right?
Yes, wow. I've made an app. So this is what the front end is going to look like.
Let's take a look. Here we go.
So it's a chat. Pretty straightforward for AI apps now. But you can see that there are conversation names over here, and then we'll be able to have a conversation here. It is a dog grooming app. So my dog Blair, she is a golden doodle, and if you all know doodles, like their hair is always matted. So this is an app for booking out hair appointments, but instead of using forms, using a conversation to do it. So let's dive into the code. The first thing that I'm going to add is an appointment data model. This is how you add a data model in Amplify Gen 2. So this one's an appointment. We want to store our appointments actually in the database versus the LLM making them up. So our appointment is going to have a time associated with it. It should probably be a date time, but I'm doing string for the sake of making forms easier. And then I have an authorization rule, and I'm allowing authenticated users. Before this, I already signed into my app, so that's where there's no login screen, but this is going to make it so that you have to actually log in to access the chat.
That's one of the fundamental pieces of Amplify too is login. It's very easy to build a login page with Amplify.
Yes. And so configuring auth on your backend looks just like this. And so if I wanted to change the email title or anything like that for when you create an account, you can do that just in this object, which is pretty straightforward as well. So within Amplify AI Kit, there are two types of AI routes. There are conversations, which are streaming multi-turn APIs. So you'd use a conversation for something like a chat user interface like we're building out. Here, I'm choosing my AI model first. So I'm using Claude 3.5 Sonnet. And because it's TypeScript, when I type here, it's going to actually suggest out the different models for me, which I think is really fun. It's like a small thing that makes all the difference when you're developing.
I'm going to clip this moment for the next time I have an argument with one of my team members about why we use TypeScript on our team and not JavaScript.
Yes.
And thank you for that, Allie. I appreciate it. Because
Totally.
I also deeply, deeply appreciate being able to have that string automatically populated.
Agreed. And then we have the system prompt set up. And so it's acting like a friendly pet groomer who really likes things like Technicolor hair color for dogs and fun haircuts and nail colors. So it's going to act all fun like that when we're interacting with it. And then I'm using tools. So LLMs are really, really good at taking a large corpus of information and like summarizing it, for example. But they don't necessarily know all the real-time information like the weather or which appointments a booking tool is going to have. So in this case, whenever somebody asks about appointment times, instead of the LLM hallucinating something, it's actually going to hit my appointments and it's going to query them for me and say 4 p.m., 10 p.m. and 9 a.m. are the appointment times available, and it's going to find that through my data model. So we say list all available appointments and list them whenever I ask for an appointment, and I'll configure that on my front end as well.
I notice, Ali, too, just I keep interrupting you, I'm sorry, but you're able then to also, the operation is list. That means that the chat model is not going to be able to delete or update any of these resources.
Yeah.
Which is great.
Exactly. So the second type of route that we have is a generation route. So instead of having a conversation where it goes back and forth and the conversation is stored in DynamoDB, in this case, this is for taking information and generating some content based off of it. So in this case, I want to look at the information in a conversation and then create a title for it, which I think is a very common use case, right?
Yeah.
You see like the Claude interface doing that. So I have a system prompt set up here as well. And whenever I pass it content, it's going to create a descriptive name for my conversation. So now my backend is all built out.
So generation is that second type that you mentioned, right? The chat was the first one.
Yep.
We saw that with that interaction above, and now you're using generation, which is the second type.
Yep,
yeah?
exactly. So we have both a conversation and a generation. Okay. Then on my front end, the first thing that I'm going to use is a React hook, which is going to allow us to hook into our conversation. So if you're a React developer, all this is going to look pretty familiar. And we have React components for these different use cases, which I think is pretty cool as well. And if you want to use something totally custom, you don't have to use the components. You can just use the hooks by themselves.
Is there any specific scenarios where you would choose one over the other?
That's a good question. So I think if you wanted to have a very custom looking conversation that you're starting from absolute scratch, you would want to build it yourself and just use the React hooks instead. But if instead you're like, I want them to write that first 1,000 lines of code or whatever for me and have that chat user face set up, I would definitely use the pre-built component because yeah, a chat interface isn't like the most complex thing in the world, but then you like think about it and you're like, oh, there's so many little things that you have to implement for it. It ends up being a lot. So I use it basically all the time.
Yeah, it sounds like that's what I'd be using too.
Yeah. So I'm going to comment back in this AI conversation here. And this is that React component that's going to set up the conversation on my front end. And let's talk about what it looks like now. Okay, so I want an appointment for my dog Blair, who is a golden doodle.
Is Blair getting a full makeover?
She needs it. She actually got shaved this week. The Seattle rain makes her hair kind of mad up a little bit. So it's going to ask me more questions about Blair and what type of grooming we're looking for. And if I go back to my code, let's talk about some of the features that are built out here. So the first one is this handle send message. And so the first time that we send a message, you can see that a title is generated. So maybe this one I need more conversation to happen. But you can see that some of these, like the appointment booking request and the dog grooming schedule, those were generated based off of this information in the conversation. And I set that up again using that generation route. I set up custom avatars, so it's me and Blair talking to one another instead of 2 gray placeholders. And you could set this up to be programmatic too, so you're using an image of your actual user instead of just like hard coding the image link. So that's the custom avatars. You probably saw when I was typing in that the first message was a card that said, just tell me about your pet and their grooming needs, so that I had some sort of prompt to get me started in the conversation. So that was there as well. But I think the coolest part is that we have built in generative UI. And what that means is that when I want certain things in my conversation, it's going to dynamically know, based off of the description that I have here, when to render out a user interface component. So if I go back and say, what are the appointment times?
And Ali, as you're doing that, we have a question from chat, which I think is a great opportunity to shout out one of my favorite documentation sites in all of AWS. But the question is there a list of all the resource types you can use in what you were showing earlier, the resource.ts file?
Yeah.
Yes, there is.
Yeah. So docs.amplify.aws/AI will have all of the information. And I'm very excited about that URL. I think it's a fun and memorable one. So docs.amplify.aws/AI. So you can see now that when I'm in this chat UI, it knew that I was asking for appointment times, and it rendered out buttons for each of the appointment times that I had in my database. So we're using both generative UI and tools in this example. So let's talk about both. So first off, based off of this description, it knows that when I want appointments to render, it should use the button user interface that I'm defining right here instead of just the default chat paragraph or whatever. So I could set this up to be like a travel listing app and have cards for each of the different options. I could even make it a form, so I could make it so that when I click on one of these buttons, the appointment is actually logged and booked. So I think that's pretty cool that it's not just a static chat that only has one visual. Instead, you can really make it custom. And not only that, but these appointments are being queried from my database using that tool that I defined. So when I defined this data tool, I said that if I'm looking for appointments, look at my database instead of just making up times.
Yeah, you don't want it at the 3 a.m. because nobody's going to be there, and that wouldn't be a good experience.
Yeah, it's not available. I'm not open then.
Yeah, and I'm not coming in.
Yes, totally. So then it also knows to do that. So those appointment times are actually from my database instead of being from scratch, which I think is pretty cool.
What kind of scalability and security features are enabled to make these production ready? Do you know?
Yeah, so within Amplify, everything behind the scenes is built with the AWS services that you might know and love. So the data is all backed by Amazon DynamoDB. It has the AWS AppSync GraphQL layer on top of it, so it makes the API a little bit easier to use. The authentication is backed by Amazon Cognito. The storage is based on Amazon S3. So same things. And the other really cool thing is that Amplify Gen 2, this new TypeScript version that we've been talking about, is built on top of the CDK. So if I was like, okay, I want to do something really custom, like, increase default limit sizes or something like that, I can do that just in CDK code, and it's pretty easy to implement that. The other thing that I can do is if I'm like, oh, I want to add a resource that isn't natively supported by Amplify, I can do that with a couple lines of CDK code as well. So it's all built into the same ecosystem. And so Amplify has these really nice abstractions for the use cases we see developers implementing most. And we get those from conversations with folks like you all. And also, if you have some custom use case, you're not locked into the abstraction. You can very easily go into that CDK layer and implement exactly what your business needs.
Awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that for me, like one of the first times when I was using Amplify where it dawned on me, like this is super powerful, was, it went in, set up Cognito for me. I had a REST API that I was creating, and all of a sudden it made the connection for me between that REST API and the Cognito auth to accept, the tokens coming from the users that were logging in as from my front end application hitting that REST API, instead of me having to go and set all that up, which I could do, right? There's nothing stopping me from doing that outside of Amplify and using it, but it's just a nice shortcut.
Yeah. I think authorization is a big thing as well, that you can have authorization rules on your data models and build that out very easily. So in this case, I'm making it so that only authenticated users can see the appointment times, but I could also make this so that only owners could see it. So only somebody who made an appointment could view it, or we could even restrict different actions. So certain authenticated members could create, but anybody could read. We have time, so I'll actually show you what the login experience looks like as well. So in order to get authentication, you can use this authenticator component in React. And I think at the beginning, I did end up showing the authentication on the back end. So just like a couple lines of TypeScript there. But we also have this authenticator component. And all that you need to do is import it, wrap it around whatever you want to gate the with authentication. And then you get this full sign in, sign up flow. It's going to confirm your password and send you an email to confirm it as well.
I love it. Well, we got to run though, Allie, but I think, would you send people to the docs?
Docs are my favorite resource for sure.
Go check out the docs.
And they're good docs too.
They're some of the best, in my opinion.
Cool.
Go check them out. We will be right back with more. Thank you, Allie.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Hazel Science, and I am an AWS serverless hero and a cloud software architect. I have over 2 decades of experience developing and designing applications, and for the past 4 years, I've been focused in cloud development applications. I had the opportunity to optimize applications and build a scalable solution using AWS technologies. Beyond my work, I lead the AWS community in Guatemala, and I love sharing knowledge through events, articles, and mentoring developers in their cloud journey. So today, I want to talk to you about why I love being part of the AWS community. So the community, for me, has been an amazing journey. Since I started learning about AWS, the community has been there to support me every step of the way. They have not only helped me to build the technical questions and knowledge, but also provide me a safe space for I don't have afraid to make a mistake. I met amazing people who give me the advice, technical guidance, and being mentors throughout my career. So the community is a great place to grow, have fun, and make a lot of friends. And today I'm going to talk to you about my story using Amplify. I started using Amplify as a fast and efficient way to develop my application from React and Angular. Amplify not only helped me to build fast, but the part that I love the most is that I don't have to worry about the pipelines because Amplify worries for me. So that's one of the most lovable things that I have with Amplify. I've been working in several projects with it, but in the last time, I've been playing a little bit creating a web application with a chatbot on it, with a little bit of help with AppSync, using Q Developer, and of course, Amplify. I create this little application. It contains a front end that is built fully in React, and it contains a backend that use AppSync and with GraphQL. Amplify allowed me to get a little bit faster in this part, and all the integration was really fast to do. The result at the end is this little chat where I can talk with a virtual assistant created with Bedrock agents. And the most fun part of this is that in previous days, I will take like around 2 months to build this, but using Amplify, Q Developer, and AppSync, it only takes me not a couple hours, but yeah, let's say like 8 hours top. So it is a really fun way to do it, really fast, accelerate all the deployment, and I enjoy you to try a little bit and play with it. Okay. So thank you for watching. If you're passionate about building with AWS as I am, I encourage you to join the AWS community. There's so much to learn, share, and experience together. So see you soon. And please follow me in my social media. I share contents all the time, and I'd love to connect with all of you. You can follow me in my LinkedIn, that's Hazel Science. Bye.
Welcome back to AWS Developer Day. I'm A.M. Grabelny, as always. I still am, somehow. I'm still
Farah.
You're still Farah, yeah.
Yep.
And Brian Beach has forced his way back into the studio.
He likes hanging out with us.
I do.
He came in screaming about some of the developer challenge. I have to update the developer challenge. And he forced his way onto the stage. I'm just kidding. We invited Brian. We love Brian. Thank you for joining us again, Brian. How you doing?
Thank you. Very good.
All
Very
right.
good.
So we made some progress with the developer challenge.
Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to start a new challenge now.
Oh.
So there should be a new URL in chat. So if you were doing the earlier one, hopefully you've completed that by now. If you haven't, then you weren't using Q and should be. There's now a new link in there, and that will start another challenge. I assume at this point that some new people have joined, so I don't want to to taint the scoreboard with people that have been working on this for hours. So we're going to start over in a new challenge, and I'm going to log into that one now, assuming someone hasn't stolen my username while I was chatting. Nope, they didn't.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Now that I said
that. Developer challenge number 3, I promise you somebody's going for Brian Beach.
It's going to happen.
But yeah, if you're just joining us, welcome to Developer Day. We're doing all-day challenges as well with our buddy Brian down there, and he's going to walk us through challenge number 2.
Yeah. So just like last time, it's going to take you through that initial screen, right? We're starting over, so you have to go through this one more time. And these are just a few questions to assess your familiarity with Python, and that will put you in one of 2 teams. So the blue team is using Q, and the intent is that this is an inexperienced developer using Q. If you fill this out and say that you have many years of experience and have mentored junior developers and stuff, it will put you into the red team that's not using Q. And the whole idea of this is to compare the productivity of a new developer using Q versus an experienced developer and look at how those compare. So just like I did last time, I'm going to set this up so that I am on the blue team and say that I don't have a lot of experience with Python, which is true, right? We talked about this earlier. I'm a C# developer. And once I do that, I can come in and start on these challenges. And just like last time, we're going to start really simple, and the challenges are going to get harder. There's 6 or 7 challenges in this set for this second group, and they're going to start really simple, just like last time. So if you're using Q, right, you can just take these prompts up here, essentially. This isn't intended to be a prompt. This is a prompt to you, but you can give this directly to Q as your prompt. So I'm going to stall for a minute and let people get ahead of me. I don't want to taint the results by showing it right away.
Right away, yeah.
Yeah.
What's the prompt? I actually couldn't read it. It was too far away from me. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So I'll read this one. Given the variables A and B, write code so that result is equal to A to the power of B.
Oh.
So very similar to last time. Last time the first question was just adding 2 numbers. This time it is a little bit more complicated. And so over my IDE, I'll just quickly show you what I have installed. So I, of course, have Q installed. Hopefully, everybody does at this point. I've also installed the Q for command line, and that allows me to access, if I'm in the terminal in my IDE, to use Q there too. So I can use it as we haven't looked at the command line, but I can use it in there to ask, hey, how do I do this in Bash? There are so many different environments, different Linux flavors moving into a Mac that simple things like, hey, how do I clear my DNS cache? It's like I can never remember how to do that in a particular environment. I can just prompt right there and say, hey, clear the DNS cache.
How to exit Vim.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
How to center a div
Yes.
in HTML.
That's just impossible. Yeah.
Yeah. It won't.
It never does what I want it to do.
That's the one thing that you'll stump. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I actually did this, Brian, so I work on the game day team. I have not chilled for game day once this entire developer day, and I have to right now. If you never played AWS Game Day, you should go out and play a game day. But I was just building a game day, and I was generating a bunch of code that people had to go in and read and figure out. And I did it in a number of languages, a few of which I've never used, including Perl and Ruby. And I am not either of those developer types. And I used QDeveloper to help me with it. And it all came out. It worked. So
it definitely it opens up all new horizon, new languages, new frameworks, lots of things that you can do with it. So I assume people are far enough ahead at this point that I can start doing a few of these. So let's do this first one. I'm going to take that prompt, right, given variables a and b, write code so that result is equal to a to the power of b. So I'll give this one to Q, and it quickly gives me an implementation. Now, I said before when we did the first one, right, I struggled a little bit and assumed that it was the result and missed the part where result is actually intended to be a variable. Right. When I did this one the first time and tried it without Q, I honestly don't do a lot of math ever in Python. I'm not a data scientist. Most of what I'm doing is putting stuff into a database and getting it back out of the database. So I had no idea how to raise something to a power, and I was doing, caret.
I don't know. I wouldn't know how to do that either.
Exactly. Yeah. So apparently it's star. That's the trick. So I'll just grab this and take it back over and put it in. Let's submit that one. And all right, I got that right. It took me 190 seconds because we were talking for a while. So I'm definitely not leading the scoreboard right now.
Nope.
But let's do the next one. So similar to before, the second one is a string. This time, given the strings a equals hello and b equals world, write a function that returns the combined hello world. And so same thing. I'm just going to come in and like we did before, I'll use a little bit different method. I'll use the inline chat this time, Command I to invoke that, and I will put this in and ask it. Oh, now it's giving me a whole implementation. Oh, there we go.
Wow, okay.
Yep. So, this will say is writes kind of like it did before, right? This gives me a little more thorough completion where it this time uses a, writes a function first. And then
this gives me an opportunity here to ask a question from chat that came up earlier from Twitch. They asked, what are we supposed to put in the task, the Python code block? Do we need the full function definition or only the function call?
Yeah. So in this case,
you need it all.
Yep. So really what I want is they're going to pass in the variables that they say are input, right? In this case, A and B, and they're expecting and looking at a variable called result. Right. So I'm hoping that this combination, sorry, I know it wasn't sharing the screen there. Right. I took out the examples they had put in an A and a B in the example, right? So I'll define this function and then just set the output of that equal to the variable result and submit that. Hopefully I got that right. Yep, good. So Q crushed that one again. And as I said before, I was really confused on that too, right? That's part of what Q's helping you with is not just writing the code, but also interpreting this prompt that we're given. And it is not uncommon as a developer that I get requirements from somebody else, and it's like, I'm not quite reading that exactly the way they intended it to. Here, literally, I have to set that word result. If you were confused by that, I was too, the first time I took this challenge.
We've got a comment in chat that I just want to clarify here. I'd like to participate in this challenge, but I'm remote. That's okay. Yeah. We got a link in chat for you. You can join it if you're remote. That's fine. Join in. Join in the fun. It's fun out here. Okay, so we got a last task.
Yeah, I'll do one more. There's a few more after this if you're doing these for real. But this time we did inline. I used the inline the first time, and then I did the inline chat. This time I'm actually going to go right into the chat and just ask this question of Q. Looks like I got an error on that one. Oh, no, that wasn't Q error. That's just an error. Okay, so as we saw before, I asked that question, and this time Q gives me a response, gives me the code, but it also is giving me some additional information.
Too.
Yeah, and it's giving me a couple different implementations that I could play with. And this is pretty common. When I do things in chat, the intent is Q's really there to help me learn new capabilities. So, I explained this before, but I'll repeat it for new people. my way of working with this is when I know what I'm doing, you'll find me over on the right side here, working and letting Q autocomplete just as I'm whacking away. When I don't know what I'm doing, when I'm learning something new, I'm usually in chat and having a conversation with Q about how to accomplish the task that I'm trying to do.
Yeah, that's right. I see if further down on that too, it said, explaining how the in operator works in Python, things like that. There's opportunities to learn, people.
Absolutely.
You can learn. And speaking of, let's see how everybody's doing, because we measure learning by points. Obviously, we do the same in AWS Game Day. Points are life. And we got a scoreboard up here for everybody. We'll be taking a look at these scoreboards throughout the day. So get to work. But in the meantime, stick around, because we're back with more. Just a few seconds.
So hi everyone, my name's Matt Lewis. I'm an AWS hero from South Wales in the UK. So I've been a part of the AWS community for around 10 years now. It's been a huge part of my life. It was in 2015 I set up the first AWS user group in South Wales, and it's grown now to over 1,200 members. For me, it's a fantastic way to meet like-minded people, and I'd say personally it's the reason why I got the job that I'm in today. And it's always great. It's reciprocal in terms of the more you put into the community, the more you get out. So because of that, I love trying to contribute, give talks, write blog posts, show demos. And part of that is then seeing how other people learn and how they get upskilled. And one of the things that I've been using a lot over the last 12 months or so is Amazon Q Developer. So getting into this world of AI code assistance, looking at how it can assist you to build prototypes rapidly and start delivering value early. So within Amazon Q Developer, I've very much focused on their agents, and in particular, the code transformation agent. I'm sure we've all worked for organizations where we have applications that haven't been upgraded for such a long time, and as a result, they're susceptible to vulnerabilities. Now, wouldn't we want to be able to fix that as quickly as we can? So I'm now going to walk through and show you a quick demo of the code transformation agent for Amazon Q Developer. So here we have a sample application, a bicycle license DynamoDB demo. This is available on GitHub for you to clone the repository and test this out for yourself. So I can kick off the transformation by going to Amazon Q Chat and doing a /transform. Now this then triggers the transformation agent, detects the module, and I choose whether to run unit tests or not, and then whether I want to receive the changes as a single diff or multiple diffs. Amazon Q then starts building my project locally, and it generates a build artifact. Once it takes that build artifact, that contains the source code, the project dependencies, and the build logs. And once it's successfully built, it then uploads that build artifact to a secure build environment within Amazon Q. Amazon Q will then go and build your project again within that secure build environment, and then it analyzes your code base to come up with a code transformation plan. Here's an example code transformation plan that was generated, and this detects the project dependencies that need to be updated and even parts of deprecated code that needs to be changed. At this point, Amazon Q and the code transformation agent will start looking to apply those changes directly to your code base. And this is one of those exciting parts about the developer agent and the code transformation agent. As you can see here, as it starts adding these dependencies, it tries to recompile the code. And a number of occasions, that code compilation has failed. And at this point, the Q transformation agent throws the error back into generative AI and uses that to work out what changes it now needs to make. And it goes through this cycle until it reaches the point where it's been able to successfully build the project and upgrade it entirely to Java 17. At that point, we get presented with a diff view. This is a single diff view. And now we can go and click on any of the files to view the changes. In this case, we have a file that the Q agent has gone in and has gone and added a new interface that needed to be added to this file, but it hasn't added an implementation as it's detected that this method is not used at all in the application. Finally, at that point, we can then view the code transformation summary. And this summary then talks us through everything that has been done as part of that code transformation. We can see the build log summary and that all unit tests were completed successfully. We can go through and we can see all of the planned dependencies. So Q Transformation Agent for me is an exciting way that you can start trying to migrate and bring up to date those old applications that just sit there going stale. If you want to find out more, follow me on social media on LinkedIn and follow blog posts at dev.to or join us at the AWS community.
Welcome back to our live coverage of AWS Developer Day. I am still and will always be A.M. Grabelny. That is my curse. Joined by Farrah Campbell.
I'm still Farrah Campbell today.
Farrah.
I am.
Yeah, haven't changed identities yet.
Not today.
No.
Maybe tomorrow.
Maybe tomorrow. All right.
Or maybe
we'll
later. Maybe later in the day.
Never know. You never know.
I might be resurrected like dinosaurs were, like to a new name.
Terrible lizards. That's what those are, by the way.
Well, like Jurassic Park, the scientists resurrected them. So
that's true. They did. Anyways, moving on from that, we are joined by two great new friends that are going to talk to us about one of my favorite topics. I've had a lot of favorite topics today, but this is topping the list for me. We're talking .NET. Let's start all the way at the end. Please introduce yourself for everybody.
All right. Hello, my name is Eva Knight, and I am from the Amazon Q Developer go-to-market team based here in Seattle. So very excited to be here with you all.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Arthur. I'm a solution architect from the Amazon Q Developer team. I'm based in Vancouver, beautiful British Columbia. You can see by my cool sticker
Very cool.
on my computer.
It is beautiful. I love British Columbia. We could spend the next 17 minutes talking about how much I love British Columbia. Victoria, one of my favorite places on the planet. Anyways, moving on from that as well, before I get us in trouble, because we don't talk about .NET, which we have to.
We have to.
Well, he's been so excited.
Yeah.
He's been ready for this since we started.
I have. And look, I've done .NET development for a long time. I get pulled away to do things like Python, and I cry, but I love it too, just in a different way. So I get pulled away. I haven't kept up to date with the latest in .NET, but I've heard really exciting things about things like .NET Aspire. But in order to use some of these new things, a lot of people, a lot of companies, they have to migrate legacy framework applications. And you're telling me that there's a way to do that with Q Developer, right?
There is, yes. That's what we're going to cover today. Yeah. So this is a huge problem. We know that migration and modernization is hard. It's tedious and time consuming. I know Arthur likes to say that he still has scars from his modernizations back in the day. But for this reason, we have our transformation capabilities that we launched first with Java back at reInvent in 2023 to help upgrade Java 8 and 11 applications to Java 17 and now Java 21. And this sparked a lot of excitement in our customers and got them thinking about other ways they could use transformation capabilities in their organization, one of them being .NET framework versions. They need to get them to .NET Core, whether they're looking to move from Windows operating systems to Linux or just get rid of that old dinosaur code, if you will. So for this reason, we launched our .NET transformation capability at reInvent this past year. So it's available in preview in Visual Studio. And we also launched our new web application experience for transformations, including .NET, as well as mainframe and VMware workloads. So a lot of exciting stuff, but today we wanted to show you the .NET transformations in Visual Studio.
You've got VS pulled up too. I see it. Let's bring up the screen so we can all see it as well. And we're working in, if you've ever done any .NET on AWS samples before, this is going to look maybe familiar. This is a classic.
A classic, a Bob's Bookstore classic.
A Bob's Bookstore. It never goes out of style.
No.
Perennial.
Never.
Just like you.
I think that's arguable, but yes, sure. We'll say okay to that.
Yeah.
All right, so Bob's Bookstore, and we're running on what version here?
So this is an MVC application running in .NET Framework 4.8.
Okay.
And we're going to use Q to help us get it to .NET 8. So you can see here, I know Brian walked you through the chat. We're familiar with that. But we can see here down in the bottom left corner, based on that Q icon, that we're connected. But for the transformation, we actually don't need to use the chat at all. Q can help us transform at the project or the the solution level. So we're going to go ahead and click the solution, hit it with a right click, and it's going to open up a menu. And to kick off that transformation, we're just going to click Port Solution with Amazon Q Developer. Pretty straightforward. And like I said, we want to get to .NET 8, and we want Q to include our .NET Standard projects as well. So once I hit Start, it's going to kick off that transformation process. And first, what Q is going to do is build the application locally to ensure it has the dependencies and everything needed in order to run, so that it can then take the application to a secure sandbox environment and start to analyze and plan the transformation, and it'll go through a series of steps to do so. So
I love it. And just for anybody watching in chat, if you're not familiar with .NET development, this is applicable to a lot of different types of languages, lots of frameworks. Like there is a full-on fossil record that we could go and evaluate here from the .NET side, because, like the Paleolithic era, let's say, .NET used to only run on Windows. That was your only choice as an operating system. And then there was a lot of work to open source all of the .NET framework. And now, fast forward to our era that we're currently in, you can run it lots of places, right? And Linux is one of these targets. That's what you're working towards today, right? Is taking this application that was only applicable on Windows, and let's open up and see other operating systems we can run it on.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a huge goal for a lot of people, is getting it to be Linux ready. And you can see here, Q will go through and analyze our application. It's split it into what we call code groups, including any of the projects and dependencies are needed to run that transformation. And you can see here we have somewhere stating target version readiness and Linux readiness. So Q is going to go ahead and give an assessment of how likely it is going to be able to get it to that Linux ready state. But it's also going to generate a report that we'll touch on later that goes through the recommendations on what steps you need to take to get a fully transform application running on Linux. So we can see here in our transformation hub, don't want to move it there, that Q's gone ahead and it's built successfully, it's going through, and it went ahead and analyzed and created a transformation plan. So this kind of gives our high-level series of steps that Q's going to go through and work to implement the changes. It's going to upgrade files, APIs, etc. So that kind of is where we see those steps.
Yeah, this is what you're always asking me for, right? Is a plan. You keep saying like,
I like plans.
We need a plan, AM. We need a plan. And I'm like, plan? What's that? I don't know. So it's nice to see Q doing it.
Yeah.
So that's going to outline all the steps it's going to take when it goes to evaluating what needs to be migrated to different libraries, things like that. I wanted to ask, are there any areas in particular that I, as the developer who's going to then look at this code, where should I focus, right, in terms of common areas you see customers transforming their code in a .NET framework to a .NET Core application?
Right. So currently, we're not migrating everything. This is the goal. So as an example, UI UX is something that we're not currently transforming.
Okay, so like Razor pages.
Yeah, exactly. And then when you're migrating, we have to go ahead and fix those components. What I have noticed, and then this is something I recommend customers to do it, use Q chat, ask a question, fix the issue. Most likely, every other page, you have the same component right there. So it happened to me, I had like a combo box, like several pages. I fixed once, fixed them all. So just copy and paste, easily done. Once you fix them all, just publish to your container, and it's going to be working from there. Something else you have to pay attention to. You might have a library that isn't a correspondent to .NET 8.
Just doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist. It's like a dinosaur, like a library. Doesn't exist anymore.
It's extinct.
It's extinct, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, great. So we've got this running in the background. Do we have a finished version you all want to look at?
Yes. Yeah. So these can be fairly long-running jobs up to 12 hours, depending on the size and the makeup of your application.
So we'll wait for 12 hours. Is what you're saying.
Yeah.
All right, everybody.
We're gonna finish the show
put
here.
12 hours on the clock. We'll wait in silence with you.
What happens if there's any like interruptions or like closures in Visual Studio?
Yeah, so because the transformation is running in the cloud, you're able to close Visual Studio, go on a walk, go grab some food, do whatever you need to do, and you can come back and select the project or solution that you were originally transforming, and it'll bring those results right back up so you can pick up where you left off. You don't have to sit there for the full 12 hours.
Go get a breath of fresh air.
Yeah.
I like to sleep, so I sleep, and then next day I can work on them.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
Sleep is good.
Yeah.
It is good. Yeah. So we went ahead and did a little cooking show. We ran one earlier. And so we'll have Arthur go ahead and go through some of those results.
This is the fun part. So you can see everything is green. I like green icons.
Green's good.
Green's good.
Yeah.
So if you find anything that doesn't really work well, you see a different icon, and don't be afraid. It's still gonna go over your files and migrate as much as we can for you. Okay. You can just work whatever didn't work for you later. I can see a summary of the transformation. In the summary of transformation, now have to move a little bit more. I can see how many files, how many packages, APIs were changed in every project that I have. It gives me a ballpark idea how much of the change was done in my solution. But the fun part, something that I really like to see, is the files that we transformed for you, and that can be seen in view diffs.
I think this is a really important thing to call out, Arthur, too, and I'm curious your thoughts on this. But you know, the appearance of a summary, the appearance of viewing the changes. I'm not just going to run this and go, oh, great, my migration's done, right? I need to go review these files. I need to see what happened. I need to see if this impacted my project in the way that I was wanting it to. Is that right?
Right. And then you can take a look, like, for example, we have new files. So .NET framework doesn't have program CS file. Now we have to have a program CS file. And then as you can see, program CS file was provided to me through Qt.net. And then I know I can run. If I go and check different files, I can check like as much as I want. I have one that I really like specifically because it changes system.web. This is a really crucial library that people like to use. And then not only system.web, but all the calls, the API calls that I might have to change manually, Q did it for me. You can see all the changes, like them. Once I'm comfortable enough, I can select them all and say apply all changes. When I do this action, what's going to happen? I will overwrite all my files locally. So now it is a time for me to try to compile my code, see what else I have to get done, and make sure that I can continue improving, modernizing my application. My next step would be fix those Razor pages, connect to AWS, publish to Fargate, and be happy. So next step for you is to give it a try. I think if you have a legacy application, you should give it a try. Give us feedback. We love to receive feedback from customers and to improve this application to make it to work for you.
Are there any common migration challenges that you've seen?
I've been talking to a lot of customers, and then I've seen customers with like a big monolith applications, like 5 million lines, and that is a challenge by itself. What I keep telling those customers is like you'll be easier to break it down into pieces, because if Q gives you that many of changes, how would you tackle them all? You know, like small portions. I think it's great to do it.
It'd be hard to update and look at 5 million lines of code. Yeah. And
well, this like brings to mind for me too. You know, it's very common, especially where .NET is prevalent in an environment, for service to have been built, and then the team or a person in some cases working on that service is gone, right?
Right.
They don't work at the company anymore. They've retired, whatever. then have to come inherit this code, and you may not know what it's doing. And though we're looking at the transform tool today with QDeveloper, we've seen a lot of other tooling, right, with QDeveloper that I think can address some of, especially when you're going through this migration. You can use tools like the explain functionality in QDeveloper to highlight, some blocks of code and say, like, what is this doing? I've had that. I've literally said out loud to my laptop several times in my life, looking at a block of code going, what does this do, right? And it'd be so nice to highlight it and send it to Q now and say, you tell me what it does. Okay, great. Any suggestions around that, that you two have seen customers commonly, once they've run their transformation, once they've got this migrated code, what are they using Q then past that in their workflows?
Right.
Yeah, and I think Arthur kind of touched on it a little bit, but you're likely going to have errors in your returned code. This tool is meant to be an accelerant, not a solution. And so there will likely be work that you need to do to then go get your application running on .NET 8. And so I think a lot of it goes back to using the chat, asking questions, figuring out error messages, finding ways to use the other capabilities of Q, like inline suggestions. I think there's a lot of tools that are resources and can be used to get you that last % of the way there to a fully transformed application.
Can I also ask a question for Eva?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because this is a question I get a lot from my customers. And
Arthur is stealing our job as host, I think, but
this is a test.
I'll allow it.
Okay. May I? No, just kidding.
No, Farah has to allow it, really. She's the authority.
Yeah. Oh, stop.
Because historically, we have seen like tools that does also offer migrations, like a porting .NET legacy to like a .NET 8. What is different in this tool?
It's a test, isn't it? No, I'm kidding. Yeah, so there are a lot of tools out there in the market that help get your legacy .NET applications, try to get them to a newer version. And I think historically these have been more of a heuristic, rule-based tool, which are great at applying changes. We know that there's some things that just need to change to get to .NET 8. But Amazon Q uses its specialized agents that are trained. They are very well aware of these rules, but they can go ahead and go the extra mile to go through and actually go through that iterative and potentially tedious cycle of transformation and try to get you more of the way there. Did I pass?
Yeah, absolutely. Love it.
Go ahead, Farah.
No,
I was going to say there was another thing that I saw. I thought. I believe it was specifically Linux readiness report.
Oh, sure.
Can we take a look at that, and can you tell me what that is?
Yes.
Let's bring up Arthur's screen.
Let me find it in my summary. There we go.
So back to what we were setting out to accomplish, right? Let's see how close we got.
Yeah,
I think we're pretty close.
Yeah, actions. And then I have an option to download a Linux readiness report. What that gives me, it's all the libraries that I have to manually fix. Maybe because they don't exist anymore, or maybe because they don't have a compatible version in Linux. So that is what gives me that information for I can manually go and fix it.
Oh, that's great too. So I don't have to go dig through and figure out. You're already providing me with that information. That's wonderful.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. I'm glad I brought that up, actually. So that's
You're patting yourself on the back.
Very helpful. I want to know about that. So finally, before we are ejected out of here because we've got to get to our next segment, where do I get started with this? Do I just open up Visual Studio and download Amazon Q Developer?
Yeah, you can download the Amazon Q or AWS Toolkit with Amazon Q extension in Visual Studio and get logged in using your Amazon Q profile and go from there. Yeah.
I assume our friend Norm is probably, so shout out Norm. It's been a while. I'm sure he's not watching, but have to shout you out, Norm. And for everybody else in chat too, stick around, please, because we will be back with more.
So excited to be here today for AWS Developer Innovation Day. I'm here with Srini Iragavarapu, who is Director of Software Development, Amazon Web Services. We're talking about Amazon Q Developer and agents in particular. Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much for having me. Very excited to be talking to you about Amazon Q Developer and how we are working on agents and helping software developers.
At reInvent, I talked to a lot of people about AI, of course, and the topic of agents came up, but more so the topic of the software development lifecycle came up. And with generative AI, with natural language processing, we're really seeing the emergence of a new way to think about the software development lifecycle. I'm curious about your experiences over the years building software, developing technologies, and how you've had to go through the SDLC yourself, and how things are changing now, and how developers might see that in their own work in the weeks, months, and years ahead.
There was a time where I would get a specification written down as to what we need to build for an application, understand the existing code base, because you're building on top of always an existing code base of sorts. Think of what logic to use, write the code, test it, and then deploy, and then start maintaining and observing how that service is behaving. That is exactly the life cycle that we all grew up doing. That is how I built my applications as well. With the advent of generative AI, especially with Amazon Q Developer and how we've been thinking about is, look at every stage of software development lifecycle, and then bring in generative AI and agentic frameworks to help the developers in these states. As an example, right now you can ask Amazon Q Developer, provide a spec, a command, natural language command of what it should do. It will understand the code base of what you're providing as an input, what you're asking it to do. It is setting itself a goal of what it should be solving for, iterating, going through the execution loop, figuring out what it should generate, and it spits out your entire application code as well. So it kind of reduced the time from ideation to deployment and creation from, at one point of time, it would be weeks and months to almost minutes and days right now. The same thing happens now. You're maintaining the code. You've deployed it. Traditionally, you get alarms, and once you get alarms, then on-call gets on-call and starts looking for what is happening in the service and start debugging. Amazon Q Developer has something called CloudWatch Insights, where as soon as CloudWatch looks at what alarms happened, through generative AI and the agent that we have, it can dig into where the issue is happening, suggest to the developers how they could resolve the issue, and in fact, sometimes resolve the issues as well. So it is improving the speed at which you are maintaining, creating applications, and solving custom problems.
A phrase we hear more of these days, and it's really interesting, I think, when you think about it, is this concept of undifferentiated work. What does that mean to you?
One of the good examples that we talk about quite a lot is language upgrades and migrations that happen. Everybody's going through, we have Java 8 legacy code, Java 11 code that needs to be modernized and migrated. Traditionally, the way this would happen is you would assign a team of developers to go look into the existing code. Either they know the code base already, or they have to learn the existing code, and then make the transitions, test it, and deploy it. That is the work. Nothing creative about it. You have to understand the new framework and the new language model. That's pretty much it. Versus with the Amazon Q Developer Transformation Agent right now, all you have to do is ask Q to look at the old Java 8 and 11 code base, and then actually migrates it to Java 17. This is completely, there is nothing creative about it, but something that we have to be doing to keep the software up and running. Amazon internally used this agent as well. In fact, we migrated 30,000 production applications from old version of Java to the latest versions of Java, and we deployed them, saving $260 million a year approximately, both because of the upgraded versions of JDK and Java versions, and also the cost savings that I actually ended up having migrating this to. That is the undifferentiated work. The second, quickly I'll talk about too, is tests. As you write code, there is, of course, test-driven development. There is also the other way of writing. Again, it's a personal choice. It's how the developers do this. But you have to keep up with writing integration tests, writing unit tests, so that the code is always current and working really well.
Right.
with the test agent that we announced and at reInvent, Q Developer can look at your code base based on the natural language commands, give you tests so that you can use that in your code base as well.
Take us back to the first days of Amazon Q. And Amazon Q actually has some different capabilities. You know, developers want, right? Tell us about those first days about developer, Amazon Q Developer, and where we are today and going forward.
When we started Amazon Q Developer, we started with inline code completions. Every developer was using the IDE, whether it's VS Code or JetBrains. They already are used to IntelliSense, providing with some recommendations. Leveraging the power of generative AI and Bedrock as a platform that we have, we were able to start providing better recommendations, faster code completions too. Like, there is companies who have adopted that version of Q Developer at that point of time and started seeing British Telecom as an example, saw 37% acceptance rates in their code bases, which means they're actually accepting the code that Q Developer is generating to be able to do that. That was the first early version. As time progressed, and in Bedrock, we started bringing in multiple different models, different foundational models, all the way from Amazon's own Nova model to Anthropic's Claude models as well. What happened is these models, generative foundational models, became very powerful. Different sizes, different capabilities, different tasks. That is when we started evolving and started looking at every step of the software development cycle. Started first with inline code completions, then being able to converse with Q, ask questions, and come back with answers, rather than you having to search in a different place and then write code. You could ask Q Developer, it will give you recommendations, and you start writing code as well. Then we started moving into the agentic framework of goal-oriented tasks. Start with software development as an example, code reviews, writing tests, and migrations as well. That's the 4 stages that we kind of went through in the last couple of years.
The agents can work with any type of complexity in the code. Is there a limitation on that complexity that they can understand and manage so they can do that undifferentiated work? Or do you have to start the process earlier so it can adapt and the developer can help it adapt to their needs?
There is always human in the loop in this picture, because ultimately the developer or the technician who's using this tool is the one who's deciding what to use and how to use it. The decision making stays there, and that's the ideation piece of the puzzle. But at the same time, these agents are very powerful. They can actually understand the existing code base very completely and be able to have the reasoning built into them as well. Not only are we using generative AI, I do want to call out that Amazon is leveraging automated reasoning in the foray of how we are setting things up, because this is where we're able to validate and test whether it's code generation that is happening. And with the slew of knowledge that we have about AWS and AWS services, we're able to build the connections of the correctness around the code bases, how it is operating as well. So these agents are very powerful. They can communicate, they go iterate. In fact, when software development agent was announced last year, there is a public verified data set called SweBench. This is a set of GitHub issues that used as a data set to validate how correct these agents are. Last year, when we launched this software development agent, we were at a 25% issue resolution task. As of last reInvent, with multiple iterations, we're able to resolve 60% of those issues right now. And the leader bench, we are on the leader bench for SweBench as well. That is just an example, one data set that we are able to do this. So the agents are actually getting smarter as we are adding more complexity, reasoning capabilities, how they're able to test the code, because it's not just about generating the code. Is the code executable? Can you test it and make sure that it is valid and verifiable? We are adding that complexity into the agents that we're building as well.
The code that's getting generated increasingly is done by machines. The code is actually getting generated far more than machines. I expect, I think I've seen some predictions that it'll continue that way for as long as we can tell. Does that require more advancements in Q itself as more code gets generated? Do the agents adapt? How will the developers know that their agents are keeping up with this complex code that is continually being developed in a generative fashion?
There's multiple phases to this of sorts. There is going back to the human in the loop, the developers or the technician is actually deciding how to do this. So there is a feedback loop that is coming in. As an example, right now with Q Developer, if you ask a question and ask the agent to generate code for you, you can actually tell it, hey, guess what? I don't like what you generated. Could you do a better job? And then Q Developer's agent understands the feedback and is able to reiterate and regenerate the code as well. So there is the feedback loop and the mechanism that is happening. That is one piece of the puzzle. The second piece that we are bringing to the table is automated reasoning or static analysis or program analysis, as a matter of fact. Like mathematically, is this a correct output that is being generated or not? Integrations of that level beyond just the foundational model is where we are innovating right now.
Explain that again, that innovation and where it's going. I'd like to hear more what you mean by that.
The multiple layers of innovation happening in AWS world.
And is that because of the capability of the models themselves to be able to work in parallel processing to some degree as well, where you can adapt the technologies faster?
Yes. This goes back to the Bedrock as a platform layer that we have. If you go back in history, 6 months, history these days is not really decades, it's actually a few days and weeks, it's changing. A few months ago, the models that Bedrock had versus the models that it can support right now, it's a long list of them. And each of them have different sizes, different latency propositions, what can do and what it can do. And because of that democratization that we are bringing to the table, applications like Q Developer or Q Business are built on top of it. What we are actually doing beyond going with just the models is the other scientific innovation, which is going back to the automated reasoning pieces, the program analysis pieces that I broadly call it scaffolding. So there is the foundational model, which are all getting powerful. The compute that we have is also getting powerful, faster, cheaper for us to be able to do a lot more with powerful models. And then there is the scaffolding layer that we have, be it the guardrails that we put in place, be it the program analysis, static analysis, all the type checks that we have to improve the quality, the RAG systems that we build, the retrieval agents where data is fed in that feed into the models. Bedrock has a knowledge base where you can ingest data and be relying on that as well.
You talked about that scaffolding before, and beforehand we had a conversation about verification overload, and the issue that comes with like everything is suggested because Amazon Q doesn't want to make up your mind for you, right? It can't, right? But how do you deal with the verification overload? How's that scaffolding story that you were beginning to talk about pertain?
There's multiple things that we're doing to make sure. So one, these generative AI models, and they actually are very smart. You ask a question, they will spit out a lot of answers. And what you're alluding to is, how do you ensure that what you asked and what I'm really looking for is accurate or not? There is still the last stage is where the developer himself or herself is actually deciding what needs to get in there. So there is the human in the loop aspect that continues to happen. But because these agents are becoming autonomous and we're actually letting that happen too, we are building in hooks in there. Like one of the examples is when you generate tests or when you generate code through the software agent, we are actually creating more tests and executing them. And if it fails, we will recreate the code as well. So if you go through the transformation agent lifecycle right now, it takes a few minutes for it to transform a small repo of Java 18, 11 to 17. It's not just asking the model to go transform from one language to another. What it is actually doing is transform, update the tests, execute the tests, see if the tests are passing. If the tests are not passing, feed the data as to why they are not passing into the model, and then recreate the code, update the tests again. So it's an iterative, constant cycle. And there is one point of time where you see all the tests passing, and that's what you're providing to the user as well. That's one example. Similarly, the automated reasoning and the program analysis, verification, static checks that we have, version checks that we have. So there is a bunch of that scaffolding that happens, similar guardrails that we have. Reference tracking is something that I briefly will talk about as well. All of these models are trained on open source data. There is a lot of data out there, code that is generated out there with different licenses as well. So one of the things that Q Developer does, we started doing this in the early days, is if the model generates or if the service generates code that is a similar match to something out there in the public repo, we attribute it to the source as well, just so that you as a developer could choose to use it or not. So there is those sorts of checks that happen, and then based on that there is filtering, bias and toxicity filters, there are responsible AI layers that we have in terms of what code is generated. All of that is packaged into the agents that we have right now.
So we've talked a lot about the developer experience, maybe not explicitly calling it the developer experience, but a lot of what you're talking about is the developer experience itself. The developer experience is transforming. How do you see it continuing to transform? How will it show in the developer's work?
A few recent examples which kind of caught my attention too. We had a new developer who joined our team, and she came from college, undergrad, and then which means no industry experience, new to the industry. Traditionally, what ends up happening is when some developer like this joins, you give them a bunch of documentation, you assign them a peer buddy, and say understand the code base, shadow them for a while, and then assign them with small tasks, and then after a month or two, they're completely onboarded to writing and improving the productivity. Right? Instead, in her case, what ended up happening was she leveraged Q and asked Q, can you explain this code base to me? Q developer was able to do that with a bunch of repos. And then we assigned her a bunch of tasks, and she was able to pick up the tasks right away and actually leverage Q developer to write code and write tests. Then you learn faster, and she hit the ground running right away. And there's multiple instances of where developers are able to onboard to getting things done faster. That's one end of the spectrum. The other end of the spectrum is there is a senior set of developers that are in there. They know the code base. They don't need explanation at all, or they know what services are deployed where. What they are able to do is move much, much faster. In fact, one of the funny anecdotes that I have is the releases that we did for reInvent. In a way, I would attribute it to us being able to launch all of them on time with Q developer. The reason is the developers who actually built these applications leverage Q developer to write tests, write code, and test them, and then review them as well.
That's really awesome stuff. I guess my last question is about the underlying infrastructure that you've been developing based upon Bedrock. And when you talk about that junior developer, you talk about that senior developer, and you talk about the developer experience, I keep thinking about the approach and the philosophy that AWS has really built into its core approach, and that's being agnostic to some extent. How do you feel about that agnostic approach, and how do you feel about it, how it's going to affect developers over the next many, many years?
There is a core tenets that we have been adhering to for the longest time, and that's kind of what makes AWS, all the way from our responsible AI tenets to our service level availabilities, the quality that we bring, the customer obsession that we have. That has been in the DNA that's traditionally everywhere, whether it's Bedrock or whether it's Q developer or something that we will always adhere to. The other one that you touched on is the democratization of these services. With SageMaker at one point of time, we said there is any model, any infrastructure, any instance, you as a customer gets to choose it. The same thing that is happening with Amazon, with Bedrock as well. Any model, it's not just the Amazon Nova model that we have. You can use all the third-party models that are available there too. On the Q developer space, that's also something that we're doing. Not really only VS Code or JetBrains, but every modality that we're going to. So you as a developer, one, there is AWS goodness that is coming, which comes for free without us having to, because that's in our DNA. That's kind of how I wake up every day thinking about it too. And then there is the innovation that is happening for all the problem solving that is going to continue to. So you'll see more of these tedious tasks, the uncreative ones go away, where the developers are now starting to think about a lot more creative ways of solving the problems for customers.
And that's the advantage that AWS has, because you also have this tremendous interconnected capability that you've built into Q developer by being able to, to think about not just Q developer, but the whole enterprise environment that a developer or a customer might be using.
Absolutely. The three layers that we talk about traditionally is the bottom stack, which is the hardware pieces. There is GPUs, there is all our own Inferentia and Trainium hardware that if you want to be hosting that, there is innovation that is happening, there is new things that are getting launched consistently. So that's something that we're constantly focusing on. The platform that we're building, Bedrock, went from 0 to where it is right now in just a year, 2 years time, with multi-agent frameworks, with guardrails that it has, knowledge bases, and that's only the innovation that is continuing, and the application layer that we are also innovating on. So we're actually doing it in every stage and all the 3 layers as well, and depends on the customer use case. There are some customers who want to talk to the hardware directly, some customers leveraging Bedrock directly, and some customers leveraging the Q developer as an application on top of Bedrock.
And we know developers love that flexibility. Srini, thank you so much for taking the time to talk.
Thank you very much for having me. Wonderful chatting with you.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back to our live coverage of AWS Developer Day. We're live again. Welcome. Hey.
Hey. Wait, who?
Who are we talking to? I don't even. If you're just joining us, welcome. We're talking all things developer, all things AWS, all things that you want to talk about because you can talk to us, which is pretty incredible.
And please do.
Yeah, please. I'm desperate for your attention, just so you know. I'm A.M. Grabelny, speaking of, desperate for your attention. Always, low self-esteem. Please praise in the chat. That's all I ask.
I'm Farah. I'm less needy.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. She's more emotionally stable, which that's why they pair us together. Speaking of a famous pair, we got a very famous pair down at the end of this table. Who goes first?
The younger one. The younger one.
Okay.
Thank you, son. Get off my lawn. Hi, I'm Kobus Bernard, and basically both tech and knowledge and not Rust. Body double for Darko.
We can also fusion touch. Come on, Kobus. Oh my God, you're too old for this. Hi, friends. My name is Darko. I'm exactly the same as Kobus, a developer advocate. Kobus and I get to talk to you developers about all things code, all things AWS. And I am incredibly humbled to be here with the most amazing Farah and Anti-Meridian. Thank you. Thank you for having us here.
Antimatter is what AM stands for.
Anti-Meridian? Antimatter.
Antimatter. Yeah.
But are you allowed to be on? It's PM
it's
now.
PM. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Never heard that one.
No,
that one's completely new.
Sure.
What I was going to ask, first question for you two is, out of the two of you, which one is the stunt double?
Yes.
Yes.
Both.
Yes. Exactly.
Okay,
we all kind of like they say a joke. What happens if Darko gets hit by a bus? Well, you have Kobus, and vice versa as well. So.
I see.
Well, he's going to need to get some tattoos then.
He has emergency tattoos if I'm not around, so we put emergency tattoos on him. Thank you so much for having us, chat. I want to thank you for being here. Please do F's in the chat for AM, and thank you for being part of this. Do drop the questions if you have some for us. We'd love to answer a bunch of them for you. What we are going to be talking about today is you've seen a lot of ways you can use large language models, chat applications, generative AI tools to build stuff, and how to convert, or what's the word? Is it convert? How to upgrade your .NET code and how to build stuff and how to do all those things. Today, this bald man and I are going to be talking to you about how to learn and how to improve your skill, how to become a better developer, how to do what's best for you in your career.
And your team.
And your team, of course, the team, yes.
Wait, why?
Yes.
Why?
Yes. So we're going to be talking a little bit about that. We're going to showcase some of the best practices we learned over the years, because here's the thing. You may think we know everything, but we don't. We just fake it very well. But also we learn as we go along. So a lot of the stuff we learned over the last couple of years, we used large language models, we used chat applications, we use coding assistants to help us kind of get there. And we have 3 tips and some examples on how to get you there.
Would you say they're Q-tips?
They're Q-tips.
Oh my gosh.
No.
That was good though.
All
That's
right.
kind of funny. I like it.
No, I don't. So we're going to have to ask you to leave.
Okay,
I'm so sorry. You've been voted off. We took a vote. I'm the only one that voted because I'm the only one who knew that we were voting. And Kobus.
Get off the island.
To see you go.
No, you're not.
But we enjoyed the time with you. Anyway, so yeah, I liked your approach here with this segment, trying to get us back on the rails. Darko did earlier, and we took you back off, Darko. But I have not heard of a lot of approaches to how to use these new tools as learning capabilities, right? We've heard a bit from Brian as we've talked through the developer challenges, but I think you two have focused solely on like how does this improve my capabilities as a developer in terms of my knowledge, not just my productivity, right?
Yeah, and I think the key thing here is like we talk a lot about how you do stuff. How do you code? How do you produce? How do you generate content? How do you produce value? But we don't say about the how do you how. I'm sorry, that's a whole, how do you learn to do those things? How do you how? Yes, and then but there's an untapped depth of content within large language models that can teach you how to become better developers. You can pick a language that you prefer or you want to learn. You can pick a framework. You can pick a cloud vendor, and you can use LLMs to kind of get you up to speed to know what exactly you want to do. So, Kobus, maybe a couple of examples of how did you learn? So, because I know you were doing a couple of learning stuff. So, what would you suggest to our chat?
Oh, okay. So, context here, I had to build a front end, and I'm not a front end developer. Give me APIs and backends all day long. Last thing I built was with jGoodies with Java in 2010, I think. So yeah, been a while. So I decided I want to use React, and I know nothing. So I just basically started hitting up the LLMs and have the conversation like, okay, what's the project outline? Plonk it in. I want to use this framework and this library, plonk it in, and then basically not just blindly copy pasting except for the beginning because I had no clue. And then you kind of figure out, oh, okay, this is the kind of thing. But then I think the big thing for me is when you start explaining what you want in terms of the end result and with prior programming knowledge, you start going like, isn't there a better way to do this? Like, why do I keep copying and pasting this one block? And
yeah, exactly. And I think there's a very important reason why you want to learn. Why don't you just want to drop the code inside of a repo? Why don't you just want to have everything magically create code for you? I'm gonna share a thing on my screen right now. So I'm gonna show you, and we're gonna drop the link in the chat as well. So this is from our colleague Massimo. It's the tentative framework for generative AI assistant adoption today.
That's like my favorite part is like today because we know it might be changing tomorrow. You know,
it's also tentative. This is very non-committal.
Yeah, exactly. It's
incredibly non-committal. Today and tentative. Yeah. Like it could change at any moment and for any reason.
Yeah, he's a realist. Massimo's realist.
It's great. I love it.
Shout outs to Massimo. But it is very important here because like you see this big old green circle. Now I'm not going to explain this whole thing. There's a blog post we're going to link. You can read down below. But this green circle presents the safe zone, the learning zone. This is where you are in control. What I'm trying to say here, if you ask a large language model, a coding assistant, an agentic workflow to create the world for you, you're going to get lost really, really fast. It's going to start producing code that you have no idea what that is. And you may trust it. It may be good, but it may not be good.
Or it's hallucinating.
Or exactly, yeah. And you have no knowledge to know if that's good or bad. On the other side, if you ask it to just create random variables, you're just not using it properly. So by learning more, you will start to move this circle, the safe zone, more towards the more complex things. And you need to invest time in that, right? Your skill needs to grow as your utilization of large language models with generative assistants also grows. So it is critical for you to adapt, overcome, and advance. I don't know how that... Survive, yes.
Yeah.
There you go.
Wait, not end up like the dinosaurs.
Oh, well, yeah, I was about to say, like, we're gearing up here.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know...
Extinction event, yeah. Can I ask you, Darko, this is an unplanned question. I'll just drop you this question. You talked about picking a language, a framework, these things, right? Like those are pretty early on in a developer's journey, right? Mm-hmm. Like picking your first language, and that's kind of a big deal. If I remember back, because I came to tech later in life, I was not on the traditional path that a lot of people take, and picking a language was one of the most difficult things I started with, actually. In your journey, right, that you've taken with learning with these tools, did you consider that at all? Like, can I use these tools to help me pick a language? Can I use these tools to help me pick a framework to learn for the first time?
Yes, exactly. You have to be very careful when asking a coding assistant to give you a recommendation. You want to ask it to give you a recommendation with a completely blank slate. Don't come and say, oh, I like Python, I think Ruby is cool, and I think Haskell is beautiful. And then it's going to give you one of those 3 examples, right? Tell it in a broad sense, I don't have any skills.
What's the best language?
What's the objectively the best language?
Darko's favorite question.
Wait for it.
It is, of course,
Rust.
Haskell. I don't know.
Chat.
Yeah.
Chat. What is objectively the best language?
Exactly.
Drop that in chat right now, please.
But like just choice of language is also very important, and a tool, generative assistance, can actually help you by not just telling you, oh, just use Python, but you should ask, so okay, why Python? And it's going to be able to break down a couple of reasons why should you actually be using Python, and then you can make a decision for yourself. Oh, absolutely, I'm going to go ahead and use Python, right? You may not want to adopt Perl because Perl is as old as a T-Rex, but you, I know. But you may.
It's not as good as Cobus is.
I know. And this is all the things you can consider. And again, through the unfiltered, no judgment discussion with an LLM, nobody's going to have any sort of elitism when it comes to choosing a language.
But I think part of that discussion also, you need to tell them exactly what are you trying to build, the type of things.
Yes.
Because,
exactly.
So speaking of, Darko, you picked a language. You picked Rust for whatever reason. You know, we could maybe get into those.
Give us a couple more hours on this live stream.
Right.
We'll get
I
into
figured
it.
not to ask that because I don't want to. We have 8 minutes or so. Once you pick that language, right, and once you started building, you know, you download the starter app for whatever, you know, web framework you're using in Rust. What does the workflow look like for somebody who's using the code assistant as a learning tool, not a just generate the code?
So the key part here is start incremental. Do not ask it to make you the world. Incrementally ask questions. What is this? What is that? How do I approach this? How do I approach this specific thing? If you go too broad, it's going to give you an incredibly big answer, which of course you can drill down into, but hey, we're all lazy. We just won't do that. So incrementally going into asking questions, okay, what about this? How do I handle functions? How do I handle this and this and that? With your ultimate goal in mind, whatever you want to build, steer it that way. So it's very important to just ask a large language model to explain things to you potentially in multiple different ways.
Okay.
And that's chunk it up. It's going to get you faster in this wonderful circle of learning that Massimo has.
Circle of life.
Circle of life. Yes.
I see.
And I imagine like the way you're prompting the LLM is getting it changes. Like as you learn how the answers are coming back. Yeah.
Do you have some examples of that?
I'd like to see.
So let's spin this one up, right? Okay,
Yes.
so I'm going to show you a screen of mine, and it's going to feature the best language in the world, not Haskell. I'm going to show you a couple of ways, like how developers interact with code, right? So I have a little application here, and I can say, I don't know, how does the Actix web crate work? This is the framework I'm using here for my API, right? And I'm going to ask a question, and it's based on this file that's currently open. It's going to give me a couple of things here. It's going to explain, basically explain a little bit of that code to me, what it does and how does it do it, right? It's a very broad question. I think this was a horrible prompt.
Right.
It's like I just told it how does X do Y.
Yeah.
Now it did have some sort of context because this file was open here. So Amazon Q Developer will have a look at your open file, and it's going to be able to do it. But there's way better ways of doing that. So another way you can do this is by using the at workspace feature. At workspace feature tells Amazon Q Developer to, hey, look at my whole folder structure, and based on whatever I have here, I don't know, help me. Do whatever or answer my questions, right? I can tell it how can I implement, I don't know, we're returning vegetables here, a function that will return fruit. And then it knows my code right now. It's fully aware of what my entire thing here says. Oh, I see your get vegetables function. We're going to change that to be get fruits. And then, yeah, there you go.
I like fruits better too.
Yeah, of course, you know. Also, by the way, we have a tomato in the vegetable section, but tomato apparently is a fruit. So, I don't know. So you will
I think we could debate that too.
We could potentially debate that. But you see the response here is decent, right? Oh, I can help you with this. Here's what we're going to do. Good. Now, the problem with this is I could use so much more, right? I could have a lot more information here. I could frame my prompt in a way better way than just help me implement X. And this is great for getting you move fast, but I'm not learning too much here.
Yeah. And as Cobus said before, Java, C#, you know, we would do iProduce first, and that would be the interface.
Where's the factory?
Yeah, we need a factory pattern to implement the concrete versions of these abstract produce items, because then we might expand past fruits and vegetables. Who knows, right? We want to leave that open, right? Right, Cobus?
Definitely, but do you know that Java is actually just a DSL? It turns XML into stack traces.
I don't know, these older people talking about Java and these languages. I don't know what that is.
I thought you said you were older.
No, he's
Oh no!
We were just discussing this morning, like what was the computer used in high school to learn programming? I used Windows XP and Visual Studio 2003. He used Windows 3.11. So what can I say?
And that was high school.
Oh, high school. Okay. So I'm going to show you another example. Let's switch back
to the screen.
Let's switch back to my screen. So I'm going to show an example of a more advanced prompt here. Something a little trick you all can use at home. I'm going to plop it here, and it says, explain the problem I'm trying to understand, my current skills relating to it, and structure your response with XML tags. Remember, kids, XML tags are your friends. Use them inside of a prompt because you're going to be able to structure the response of a model no matter what you're doing. So I'm going to tell him, explain the Actix web framework. Let's say, and frame. Beautiful thing about the LLMs, you don't have to spell correctly. Explain the XML web framework and how can I implement the get fruit function. My current skills relating to it. Come on, you can do it. I'm a .NET 4.0 developer with 10 years of experience.
I feel seen. I feel seen by this.
And then this. If I hit enter on this one, you will see now a couple of things. I gave it what I want, but it's similar to ASP.NET Web API. I guess. It gives me this whole theory about what this thing is, and I can understand. I can relate it to this existing skill set.
Wow, I see Kestrel. I'm feeling comforted.
Oh, where's the Silverlight?
Silverlight. Wow.
You will be missed, Silverlight.
R.I.P.
And then it provides me the example code, right? The thing what I actually want to what I care about. And then ultimately at the end, oh, by the way, here are some common pitfalls, right? In .NET, serialization happens automatically. In Rust, you have to define a
serializer and a deserializer.
Yeah, what's these derived macros, whatever. Yes, and ownership and model. So it gives you kind of these things. It's more than just how do I do X. It's but how do I do this specific thing? Here's how I want you to respond, but also here's what I know. So helps you literally move up from just copy pasting some code. Do not copy paste your code. You can, of course, but this brings me to my third point: is validate and verify. Right? Again, by defining how much you know and your skills, validate what is this thing that's being produced out here. Right? Like I don't know enough about .NET here to be able to tell you, yes, it's similar to like an IAction result. I guess so. But like understanding what these things is, and is this really how you use Actix Webs? Or I can just go into the Actix Web documentation and say, okay, cool. I can verify some of the things that it gave me, and then come back and maybe correct it. Hey, by the way, it's not how you do this. This is the other way.
And I just want to say really quick, we have one of our AWS community builders that has created this whole open source project with all these different learnings, with all the prompt, and Massimo's even contributed to. I think we're going to drop that in the chat so people can have a point of reference.
Exactly. And again, keep your prompts saved. Again, helps you a lot. And Cobus did this great thing. I'm going to show you quickly before we wrap up, because I know we're kind of close to the end. I'm going to show you this other example. Cobus did this, and you can do the same in Amazon Q Developer. We have a file called secret sauce MD. It's an instruction file, right? You can use this instruction file to basically tell Amazon Q Developer to answer questions, right? I can come here and say, let's do this. Let's do at workspace.
Let's see if it's going to work this time.
In secret sauce, and sometimes you have to tell it which file exactly. In secret sauce MD are the instructions, and then I want to learn what my main RS file does, right? It's going to open up the secret sauce MD file, hopefully, and it's going to, it didn't even do it. So, okay.
Yeah, we're busy trying to figure out exactly what does this, but what happens is, Doc, I think if you go to the secret source file quickly, just show it at the top. There we go. So all the way to the top. So basically this thought you can see there is, I'm giving it instructions to say, this is how I want you to answer the question. Yeah. There are multiple types of templates depending on the type of question you answer. And I also want you to include the following things. And here's my background. So how to frame it, relate to things. Because I think that's been the fun discussions we've been having with Rust. Because I don't know Rust at all, but I know C#, Java, and a bunch of other languages. And then we have a discussion and Jocko describes what he wants. And I'm like, well, that concept should exist in Rust.
Exactly.
What does it look like?
Exactly.
Unfortunately, we are out of time for this segment, though. So it is a exercise for the chat to go out and start learning alongside Amazon Q Developer. But thank you both for joining us.
Thank you so much, folks.
You stay
Chat.
here.
Bye.
Hey there, welcome back. This is AWS Developer Day. I am A.M. Grabelny, dev advocate for Game Day here at AWS with Farrah Campbell. Amazing, incredible, awesome.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm getting some compliments now.
Yeah,
it's not just you. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Nobody's giving me compliments. You've given me compliments.
I was going to say,
I know.
Give me some credit here.
Of course. Welcome back to the show. We are covering all things developer, all things AWS. We've talked with a lot of people all day, but we're going to talk with Nikhil now. You want to introduce yourself for the audience, please?
Sure. Yeah, my name is Nikhil Devan. I am a product lead on Amazon CloudWatch and our AIOps initiatives. I'm an engineer by background, and I'm really, really passionate about everything monitoring and observability. Now, fun fact about me, I actually started my journey in cloud monitoring when I was tasked with building out the cloud infrastructure for an energy startup that served the complex needs of drillers, geologists, and executives working across 3 continents. I made my fair share of mistakes on observability and monitoring, and which is why I wanted to get better at it. My journey here in AWS actually started about 7 years ago, right here on Amazon CloudWatch.
Nice.
And I'm still here because I'm really passionate about what the kind of things we're doing.
Now, when we talk developers, Nikhil, we can get tunnel vision. And, I think, what is it? Our eye movement only works when there's motion, like a T-Rex, right? Like, you know what I'm talking about, Farrah?
What?
Like when a T-Rex, looks at something and only can tell when it's moving. We might get tunnel vision when it comes to developers. And only think about the code, but the code's got to run somewhere, right,
Absolutely.
Nikhil? So we're going to be talking about ops in this segment and ops around CloudWatch and where all of these AI innovations can help you as a potential DevOps or ops practitioner who is on call and paged, I believe. We're going to simulate a real-life page right now. So set the clock to 2 a.m. because that's the only time you'll get paged, right?
Yeah.
Or on a holiday, like Thanksgiving.
That's
exactly.
Yeah. So do you want to pull up your screen and talk through the scenario that we're in right now?
Sure. Okay. So just a super quick background, right? A lot of you are likely familiar with Amazon CloudWatch. It's the native monitoring and observability solution that basically is the home of your metrics, your logs, your traces from your AWS services, as well as applications that run on them, right? So today I'm going to walk you through some of the advancements we have made in the space of AI ops that help you get to the root cause or help you with your operational troubleshooting faster. So maybe let's just start with a quick show of hands, right? And you both can tell me this too, but how many of you have been paged in the middle of the night to deal with these kind of operational issues? I certainly have.
Yes, I got paged when I worked on the Amplify team, actually. We were talking earlier with Allie. Yes, it's a lot of fun. Farah?
I have not been paged.
Okay, good.
But I have had burnt turkeys because my brother-in-law has been paged multiple times.
Got it. But no, look, that is definitely typical in the day of the life of a developer or someone who's operating their application. So for today, I'm actually going to take off my product hat and wear the hat of a junior developer on an application on a team that is kind of managing and maintaining and serving pet clinics, if you will. Right. So, and I'm fairly new to the team and to the job, and I'm by no means an expert in all the components of my application. So now that I've been paged, I'm a little bit worried. And the first thing I do is I actually log into CloudWatch to see what's exactly happening. So as you can see, I'm on the CloudWatch console out here. And what I can see is that I can see the availability of my book visit service, which is really the service which is used by our customers to book visits for their pets, has dropped. And it's a pretty significant drop. The availability has gone down from about 100 down to 20. And this isn't good because this basically means my customers can't book their visits. They're frustrated, and my business can't make money if the visits aren't coming in. And the additional thing is we are a multi-tenant service. So I really need to get this system back into a stable state because one customer can actually impact the experience of all my customers. So I go in here, and typically when this happens, I'm scrambling. I'm looking at metrics. I'm looking across my application estate to find out what else may be really going wrong.
Yeah, as a junior engineer on this team now, let's say, do you necessarily know what this alarm is about?
No,
right?
Not always, and that's the point. In this specific case, the description of the alarm book visits. So I know it's about a service that is booking visits. So I know that much, but I don't know much else. I don't know where else I should be going to look. Fortunately, in this case, I actually have a new teammate helping me. The teammate's name is Amazon Q Developer Operational Investigations. So what I can actually do out here is I can click on the Investigate button and say, Start New Investigation. And it pulls up basically, I'll give it an investigation title. I can put in some notes about what I know already so far. And you can see it's actually already got a snapshot of the specific signal from which I've started my investigation. And I start the investigation. Now, what I've actually shown you here is one specific workflow of how to come in, but we want to meet you where you are. So just a few other entry points to start this investigation journey. One is that we've actually embedded these dashboards, these CloudWatch dashboards across 80 plus AWS service consoles. So the same investigate button is actually available it's pretty omnipresent across the AWS console now. Couple of other things. We also have the ability for you to set auto trigger an investigation. So if you know that there's a critical metric or a critical alarm, which is production critical, and if that goes into alarm state, you want Amazon Q to automatically start investigating, you can actually do that. So as an example out here, you can look, I'm showing you the history of the alarm, but it says that the alarm went from OK to in alarm, and it actually shows you that an investigation was auto triggered. So why this is great is that oftentimes by the time I get out of bed, get onto my laptop, turn open and figure out what's happening, Amazon Q has already done the work to start showing you some signals. right? So, and finally, look, with the Q chat experience as well, you can just simply start by asking which of my alarms are firing or in an alarm state, and it'll start through the workflow and guide you to creating an investigation.
I love this friend. That's like helping you get started, while you're trying to wake up, get some coffee.
It's absolutely. So it's basically like a pair operator. So now let's actually jump into the investigation experience. So think of this view that I'm showing you. It's under the investigation tab in CloudWatch, but it's kind of like what I like to believe is my investigation notebook. So on the left-hand side is the feed, so you can see the signal from which I started the investigation, but I can also add notes about what I'm finding out, and as well as the investigation proceeds. Like this is meant to be your source of truth, the source of record. And on the right-hand side is where you can see the power of Amazon Q coming through. So what Amazon Q is doing, and it's really learning about your application architecture, looking at all the parts of your application topology, and then making suggestions. So I'll quickly walk you through the two different types of suggestions that we have. So suggestion number one is really called observation. So think of these really as related signals. So typically when you have a metric or an alarm firing, it's not in isolation. There are probably 100 different things that are going wrong in the system which are in an anomalous state, which, as I mentioned earlier, I was typically having to go find myself because I need to know the application architecture myself. In this specific case, Amazon Q actually does that on your behalf.
I would imagine the observations, though, and please tell me if I'm right or wrong here, the observations are just like, these are the alarms. They're not trying to determine any root cause. They're just showing you what's going on. These are the metrics that are signaling that something's going wrong.
Exactly. So it's related metrics which are in an anomalous state. It's anomalies in logs and log patterns that we have identified. It's also looking at like CloudTrail events as such. So it's not just looking at data which is lying in CloudWatch. It's looking at CloudTrail. It's looking at AWS health events. Right. So it's looking pretty holistically across your AWS estate to like point out related things that are happening.
And would you? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, like, how does Q come up with this?
Well, so look at a lot of it starts from the fact that we know your application topology. So if you're already using, and we can share some of these details in the chat, but if you are already using AWS X-Ray or the application signals or the APM experience within CloudWatch, you've already given us context into how your application topology is structured. Now, if you want, that's fine too, because we actually try and infer your topology. At AWS, we have a good understanding of which services talk to each other, how APIs interact, and so on. So we can actually infer the topology as well based on the interaction patterns between these services and these APIs. So it's really using that underlying tech in order to kind of come up with suggestions. And maybe this is a good segue into the second type of suggestions, which is a hypothesis. So this is really when we've collected enough observations and analyzed them, correlated them, looked at the context between these observations, we actually put together and suggest to you what are potential root causes that could actually be happening out here. So let's just walk through one of them, right? So this is the hypothesis that Q has suggested. So it's saying that the pet clinic front-end service has experienced a drop in availability. Cool. I knew that because I saw it from the alarm. There was a chain reaction starting from DynamoDB throttling events on the visit registration table. Okay, so now I'm starting to get it. The front end is backed by a visit service, which is writing to a DynamoDB table. And there's been a sudden traffic spike from a specific customer. So it's not only telling you that there's throttling happening on the DynamoDB table, it's actually telling you which customer that's coming from. So there's more information, and it starts telling you what are now the next steps you can actually be looking at. So when we have surfaced this potential root cause to you, it's really up to you to decide, does this make sense? Does it not? Do you want to accept it? Do you want to discard it? And so on.
Can I ask, Nikhil, so in terms of like an ops person utilizing this tool, so the scenario you've given us today is I'm a junior ops person on the team. I'm not as familiar with the application architecture as somebody more senior might be. So I'm probably going to try and gravitate towards this hypothesis is what I would think, because that's going to give me some things to work from. But if I'm a seasoned person on the team, I can still, even if I'm not using this hypothesis feature, I can still derive a lot of value out of that observation side because I know where all the architecture is, but generally I have to go collect from all these disparate sources, like you mentioned, CloudTrail, CloudWatch. But I can find that all in the observations.
Exactly. And look, the best part is if you're one of those seasoned operators, and if, let's say, we are surfacing you 10 observations, but you know that these two are more relevant to this issue because I know my estate well, you can actually accept those suggestions specifically and discard the rest. And then the assistant will actually say, okay, I've learned from the user, I'm taking signals from them. And actually it'll frame a different hypothesis because now the operator has actually pointed it in the right direction and said, I'm not as interested in this service having an anomaly. I think this might be a red herring. It's actually this. Go look in this direction. So actually, it's a continuous learning and feedback loop process where once the operator actually accepts or discards, it actually feeds it into the system and the assistant goes and runs its analysis again.
That's really interesting. So yeah, if you know your system, throws up errors regularly on this service, you can just do that through the observation side, and that will then impact the hypothesis. That's really cool.
Absolutely. And look, one of the really cool things about this is as we were working backwards at Amazon on how to build this product, one of the things that our customers told us is, it's great. We want you to tell us what are the potential root causes, but it's still early days in the whole AIOps space. So we really want to build and earn that trust with the customer. So one of the things we actually do out here is we actually have the show reasoning button. So for every hypothesis we generate, we actually tell you, how did we come up with this conclusion? So I'll quickly walk you through this, right? So I've told you what the hypothesis says, but here it actually tells you what were the signals it actually looked at to come up with this conclusion. So out here you can see DynamoDB, right throttling events were happening on the visit registration table. You can see a contributor insights observation, which is showing that there's a spike from this one customer. So that's how it actually pinpointed that it's one customer. Now, one of the things that a lot of customers actually told us as they used this product is they were like, we didn't know that contributor insights existed. And this is the beauty of it. You don't actually have to know each and every feature that is in the tool because we're using all of these tools under the hood to provide you these capabilities. So just as an example, contributor insight tells you about the top talkers. So whenever there's an impact, it tells you which are the top customers impacting that specific issue. But now you know. So you can go and start, it almost in a way is also teaching you how to use some of our tools and products as well. You also have, like I said, additional signals, like if your application signals is effectively our application performance monitoring tool. And we have some golden metrics that we collect out of the box if you're building on Kubernetes and other environments. So like false, latency, errors, you can see they're all spiking at the same time. So this is how it kind of concluded that, look, it's a DynamoDB throttling. It's this specific customer. It correlated it with the visit service, and it's coming to that conclusion.
So, Nikhil, let's go back to the hypothesis, if you don't mind.
Yep.
And I know you said earlier it's got a possible next step. As an ops practitioner, you're likely at 2 a.m. going to be looking for an immediate resolution, right? To immediate remediation, and then you deal with the long-term remediation when you are more cognizant and aware of what you're doing instead of 2 a.m. So can we walk through some of these possible next steps and kind of evaluate them through the lens of a real ops engineer who might get these?
Absolutely. So let's walk through the 4 which are listed out here, right? So it says, number 1, analyze the visit registration table capacity utilization and the throttling metrics to confirm the extent of the issue. So it's basically saying, you can go look at it in the show reasoning, but you could be looking at more. Go look at all the metrics of this specific table to see what's happening. Second, go actually investigate why this customer, 999, is actually sending that much traffic to this DynamoDB table. That probably needs me to call the clinic in the morning and say, what's happening?
That sounds like long-term, right? I would bucket that into the long-term.
So that's not something I can do right now. So how am I going to fix the issue now so that I can go back to sleep? So I look at the third one, and it actually says I can temporarily increase the provision capacity for my table to alleviate immediate throttling issues. It also says I could optimize my auto scaling to better handle sudden traffic spikes. But again, that's in the future, more long term. So in this specific case, I'm like, that's exactly what I want to do. I like this. I've looked at the reasoning. I agree with the reasoning. And I can accept this. I can also look at the actions that it is suggesting. So this is awesome. This is where AWS has 500 plus managed runbooks, where when we know specific common issues our customers are seeing, we have a managed runbook for it. So out here, it's actually showing you 2 of the runbooks around auto scaling, around modifying the provision capacity.
Oh, nice.
And it also gives you other documentation. So if you just want to learn more about, let's say, throttling issues on DynamoDB, it also has links to that. So it's putting all of this together in one place for you to decide what the next steps are.
And what security controls are in place for accessing all this data?
Right. So when and again, this is a link we can share in the chat, but we do have a getting started workflow where you can basically set up who has access to the data, what permissions you're giving it, can it go look across accounts, can it go look in a very specific area. So we're setting up all of these permissions so that like the assistant as well as your operators only have access to what they need to have access to. So again, in this specific case, it's by this time it's probably 2:05, and I'm like, I'm here,
the run book.
and I'm like, I want to do the run book. So it tells me a little bit more about the run book. It tells me what the run book does. It tells me like what input parameters are actually needed. Out here, it's already told me what table I'm talking about, and I can actually go just increase my read and write capacity units, save it, and execute the run book. So essentially, what I've done out here is like very quickly, I've managed to go from I'm paged on an alarm. I come to CloudWatch, I'm able to quickly find out like what is the potential root cause, which in this specific case was that my front end had an issue because the visit service backing it was getting backed up. That was because the DynamoDB table talking to it was getting throttled. And that was actually because there was a specific customer who was creating a spike. And all of this was done in the matter of a few minutes. And a lot of our customers have told us that these workflows would typically take them hours, and now it's down to a few minutes. So it's really, really powerful, and it's meant to be a pair operator. It's meant to help you in your troubleshooting journey. You're still fully in control. You don't take any actions on your behalf. You maintain full control to understand what the assistant is suggesting, guiding us in the right direction, as we talked about earlier, and then actually being able to run a runbook and taking next steps from there.
We've got about a minute left to harness that power. What do I need to do to get started?
It's actually really simple. So you can come into CloudWatch. There's in the investigation tab out here, you basically set up what is known as an investigation group. You're basically able to, here is where we talked about the permission. So you basically set up the permission of what the assistant has access to. And we do have some best practices. So like I mentioned earlier, the more we know about your application topology, the better this experience is going to be. So we enable you, like we have like one-click experiences from here, which enable you to turn on X-ray, application signals, get your CloudTrail logs into CloudWatch. So really all of those permissioning is done out here. And that's as simple as that. You can get started, and once you have it, you can start investigating any problem you have.
I love it. That's great. Go get set up.
Yeah, go investigate.
Get it set up. Follow that and start harnessing the power for your investigations.
I love power.
I know you do, Farah. Nikhil, thank you for joining us. For all of you watching, we will be right back with more content. So stick around for Developer Day. Hi again. Welcome to AWS Developer Day. I am AM Grobelny. You've been watching us all day. Maybe you're just joining. I don't know. I can't tell because you're out there. I'm here. But we can't see what you're putting into chat. So please talk with us. I got Farrah Campbell right here. She's who you're all really here for. She's the best host right here, right?
No,
That's what you told me.
I did not say that.
Oh, you didn't say that. Right.
I said you were the best. You always said.
Okay. Well, how are you doing, Farrah?
I'm good. I'm learning a lot. We're just learning about investigations, and I think we're going to have some agents now, and talk about how these agents investigate. So that's going to be kind of cool.
We did, yeah. We've been talking a lot about using these code assistant tools within your IDE, within ops. How do I get some of this to help me out? But now we're going to talk with Ryan down here. More about like when you're working in your pipeline, your repo, those types of areas, right?
Platform, yeah.
I would argue, Ryan. Tell me if you agree with this, and you better. No, I'm just kidding.
Not much of an argument.
No, it's not. That's not how I like to argue. I would argue a lot of developers spend more time in those areas than they do actually in the IDE.
Oh yeah. I mean, I think we have statistics saying that developers maybe develop one hour a day. The rest of the time is doing other stuff.
Yeah, doing a code review. Going in and running the pipeline, making sure the pipeline completed, right? Oh no, one of the unit tests is breaking the pipeline again. I'm not jaded. Anyway, Ryan, please introduce yourself.
Yes. So hello, everyone. My name is Ryan Bachman. I am a specialist solutions architect. Live in North Carolina. Came out here yesterday. Prepared my demo on the airplane with my T-Rex arms on the 33. Yeah, but happy to be here.
I love it. Thank you for joining us. And we're going to be talking about. We had some exciting things. I believe you and I talked at some point late last year. We talked about it on some of our other shows. Speaking of which, we've got a lot of shows, but I will shout out AWS On Air Friday show. So if you're watching this right now, you will watch it tomorrow. And I believe we talked about this product launch when it happened. But we're talking about GitLab and some of the integrations with GitLab on Amazon Q Developer, right?
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
Yeah, so at reInvent last year, we were excited to announce our collaboration with GitLab, with Q Developer, where we are integrating Q Developer and the agents that we got to explore today, as well as other capabilities, natively into the GitLab product. And so if you look at, like earlier today, we talked a lot about Q Developer in the IDE, very personalized experience, very individual experience. But like you rightly called or argued, most of our time is not spent actually in the IDE. So how do we bring these capabilities to platforms where the rest of the SDLC happens? And how do we make teams or developers more efficient there?
Yeah, it was a formal debate. You're right.
Right.
Let's pull up your screen, Ryan. Let's take a look at GitLab. And maybe we can, for those who have not used GitLab, number one, go out and use it right now. But number two, I'm a big fan of GitLab personally. But maybe you can give us kind of a lay of the land, like, if this is my first time in GitLab, what am I looking at, and where are these new agents fit in?
Yeah, sure. So if you're viewing the screen right now, we basically have the layout of GitLab. GitLab is a DevSecOps platform, so all the capabilities and tools that you need to deliver software is all kind of contained in that platform. We are going to be looking at a few specific agents today. First, I'm going to set some context. Right, you see this project or this repository that I'm in, this QPets VMS. Just want to show I do have a real application that I'm working with. The scenario, unlike the last presenter was a junior developer, I'm going to be a senior developer, right? I manage a team. I have to manage a backlog. I have to review code, and so that's going to be the persona that I take.
Okay, wonderful.
The other thing I have here, and I'll go ahead and log in. I don't know if we're still running that challenge. I don't know, 1,000 bonus points to anybody. I have an Easter egg somewhere in this demo. So there's a theme, right? So again, it's not going to be obvious. It is music related. So if anybody can name the artist or the band,
another challenge.
Yeah,
let's do it.
1,000 points to to the attendees.
I don't know if that's a lot of points or not.
I have no
points.
idea, but
okay,
yeah.
but 1,000.
So yeah, this is another pet management system. I can select my dog, I can schedule an appointment, and I can see the history of past, and that's the application we're working with. So let's get back into GitLab. And the first thing that I want to accelerate for my team is really managing the backlog. This is probably not as exciting for developers, but this is something that a senior or principal engineer might have to do for their team, a team lead, a PM. And you can see here that I have several issues that I have to solve for. I'm going to go into this one right here, and it's about refactoring auth.
If I saw this come in,
yeah,
I would be very upset. And I'd be like, this is way too big.
Right.
Like, what are you doing?
Right.
You would close this computer and walk away.
Yeah.
I would do that anyway.
Go re-implement auth. Yeah. So one of the things that we're going to do here is just leverage Q Developer as and we are going to. Sorry, we've got perfect.
we are live.
Yeah.
Hello. Speaking of, drop your questions in chat. I can see them right now. I see figuring out AWS is asking for a link. So please ask us questions. Ryan's here for you.
So rather than taking this huge story, right? Like how can I as a team lead or even in the project planning phase leverage Q to help me reason and plan with my stories, essentially, right? And here I'm just asking Q in context to my issue and in GitLab to help me kind of break it down. Give me some logical steps. And this way I can kind of distribute the work across my team maybe, or maybe, with that breaking it down, give specific guidance to my developers to make sure that they deliver correctly.
Yeah, it looks like Q agrees with me also that it was too big of a task.
Is that what it's?
I don't know. I'm inferring that. They might not actually say that. But yeah, okay. So, but it is. This is giving you a plan, right?
Yeah, and then from here, I think which is interesting right now. I can take these plans. One is to set up Cognito. I do have a.
See, that should be a story.
Yeah. So, and I can now.
And then number 2 would be a story.
I can take these and then either create subtasks or new stories from them. Yeah. And I think directionally where we'll go with this product too is as we find use cases where. The conversation doesn't have to just belong in chat, where there's maybe tighter integrations. Because we are co-building with GitLab, we'll have the ability to take maybe some of these experience and, take the output of chat and maybe directly create a story as an example.
Interesting.
So that was kind of, and then here, finally, I did ask it to scale this. I mean, in terms of like maybe sprint planning based on the velocity of my team. Here, Q is going to estimate 13 stories. For anybody that uses Fibonacci scale, I don't know if anybody original OG Scrum people and using Fibonacci. But
Scrum Masters.
Scrum Masters.
I do often ask how many story points do I get when talking with my team, actually. But we don't use story points, so I don't know why I ask it. It's just kind of a joke, actually.
So the next scenario here is we're going to go into code reviews.
My favorite.
Yep. And this is, I don't know how many times, and this is not an egregious one. If I go and look at the amount of changes, and so this is the implementation of refactor auth. I had a story for it. Fast forward, I've already had a junior developer maybe submit some initial changes. And I don't have any context. I mean, just refactor auth, but like, I don't know specifically where they're doing it, how they're implementing. There's really no description here. Right?
Ryan, are you telling me that sometimes engineers might sneak in changes that are unrelated to refactoring auth into a CR?
I tell you, people's I think, pull request, merge request, it's pretty prehistoric when I talk to a bunch of different customers. I mean, there's no organization. It's all over the place. So Wild West.
I definitely have never encountered an engineer trying to sneak in a change in a CR that's completely unrelated to what the CR is labeled as.
It's usually you doing
it. Me doing it. That's right, Farrah. That's right. And I don't want you to steal my tricks, my ideas. Okay, so back to this, Ryan. We've got a bunch of code to review. I often, I'm not doing code reviews all the time, but I will get pulled in and I will have no context, right? And I'll have to figure this out. So you're telling me I can actually use Q to perform the review?
Yeah. So as you can see here, I'm in the actual merge request right here, and using the /agent commands built into GitLab, you can start seeing that we have available agents within the UI. And so here, I just want to go ahead and start a comment. And this comment will go kick off the review agent in context to this MR, and then going to scan the code and hopefully come back with some either weaknesses or findings or some suggestions that will help me as a reviewer just be a little bit more intelligent on how I review the code.
And what agents are currently available in this?
Yeah, so the agents that are available in Q today is the chat that we already explored. We're using review right now. And then we also have the Q dev agent that we saw in the ID, as well as Q transform. So if you're, and I think the transform is very interesting. If I'm transforming 1,000 Java projects, I don't necessarily want to do that for my IDE. So something like integration to GitLab is a pretty good.
Doesn't sound like that much fun.
Ryan, this is more of a philosophical, maybe opinion-based question for you. Where do you see, in terms of like a team working with this, who would come in and run Q review? Would that be the person who ultimately is doing the code review, or persons that are doing the code, or do you even envision the person who owns the code review, like the check-in, the pull request themselves? Running that.
So while we're in preview right now, you can see it was explicitly kind of initiated by the user, and this can either be done by the submitter, or I would imagine it's the reviewer to kind of help with the review process.
Expedite that.
Yeah, but we are working to make this autonomous too. So you can automatically run a review.
Okay.
So while this is running in the background, I think there's a couple velociraptors in my lab environment. So we'll come back to this one, and I'll kind of skip ahead and go to kind of the next agent just to show you that, and then we can kind of come back to the review and look at the findings there. So the next one I want to talk about is the dev agent. This one I think is interesting, and I think is relevant to a couple of the earlier conversations where, like, are we replacing developers? And I don't think we are, but I think these agentic capabilities help scale engineering teams. And so what I mean by that is I've got some issues here. I don't know if anybody noticed in my UI, I had an issue with my light mode in my UI. So if I was going in here, like, this is all messed up, right? I can assign this to a junior developer, and what is a junior developer going to do? He's going to maybe compare the styling and do some tests, but he's going to do it in the ID. He's going to clone the project. It might be half a day to do a very simple task, right? Like, I just need to compare a couple styling thing and implement it where it needs to be. Why do I want to waste dev time? I don't know. Like, this is such a simple task,
right?
So why don't we just solve this?
Something that's very, like, that sticks out to me too is, like, priority, right? Like, we often have prioritization across all of these issues, especially something labeled bug is probably going to sit in the backlog for a long time. And if I can just run something that potentially comes out and fixes this, then I didn't have to prioritize it. I didn't have to assign it to anyone, right?
Yep.
I think that's really powerful. Because we're often juggling on our backlog. This has to go, right? This has to make it to the sprint, or else, like, we're facing serious consequences. So the fixed light mode bug is going to sit for another 2 weeks. We're at 6 months now, but there's nothing we can do. So do you see customers maybe looking at it that way too, Ryan?
Yeah. I mean, definitely. I mean, you look at, like, prioritization, these paper cuts that just never make it above the line in terms of make it on your roadmap or making it into the sprint. So, especially, like, even Q being the first pass of issues. Right. A user reports an issue. Why don't you give it to GenAI and see if you could fix it immediately? One of the benefits of having something like this in GitLab, and we're not really exploring here, but it's connected to your pipelines. So every time an MR is submitted, my pipelines run, my tests run, and I can have high confidence if that change is good or bad.
Right. Yep. MR being merge request.
Oh, yeah, yes. Sorry. Yeah.
No, that's okay. That's good.
In GitLab, it's MR.
Yes.
In GitHub, it's PR. It's
There's
all these
kinds of
all these different Rs.
But it is you've committed code back to the repo to get merged back into main.
So let's go ahead and look. I don't know. Otherwise, I will. Yep. All right, so it looks like our review is complete.
Nice. And what did it review?
So this is, and so the review agent, I like to think of it, I don't know, like a stegosaurus. You know how they've got those spines and they're like layered. It's like plates, but they're like layered security, right?
Yeah.
So
I like an Ankylosaurus personally. Like it's got the shell and then the tail that can just like hit people. Anyway, Stegosaurus. They got the plates.
And the plates layer defense. But yeah. So anyways, so we're doing a few things. We're doing traditional code weaknesses. So that's your static code analysis, OAuth top 10 stuff. We are doing software composition analysis. So maybe it's your dependencies or packages that you have vulnerabilities.
Yeah. Is there a CVE out for this version of Flask or something?
Yep. And the other one I like here is, see if one is pulled up. And it didn't pull it up. Is risky changes.
Oh, interesting.
Right? So we kind of score the MR and try to identify. So for instance, if you're changing an API and it's
not backwards compatible.
It's not backwards compatible. They'll say, hey, do you have clients that maybe use this API and you're breaking changes and stuff like that? So it's not just your static code. It's also kind of this nebulous, risky changes.
Or somebody introduced a subprocess.run in Python or an eval in JavaScript, for example. It might pick up on things like that, right? Executing arbitrary code, stuff like that. I'm not pulling from real life.
And the other thing we can do here in the MR is you'll see this one, the junior developer that submitted this didn't really put any exception or error handling in this. And it's rightly called out. Like, hey, if you're dealing with authentication and tokens, you probably should have some kind of exception. And so what as a reviewer, I can make a comment and say, hey, go fix this.
Yeah, where's the try catch?
Or why, instead of like that context switching and forcing, the developer to... Why don't I just fix it here? Like, what is the value of having rejecting that PR and sending it back to the developer for them to implement such a straightforward implementation?
Crushing their spirit.
Yeah, that's what it'd be for. Yeah,
I can coach them later.
Yeah, do it right first or don't do it.
I can coach them right later, but like the objective is to get this feature out to the customer, right? And so I can just fix it here. Q will spit on this for a little bit and then recommend a change.
And that'll give you time to think of new ways to crush their spirits.
That's right. Yeah, there's dozens of different ways.
Well, we got about a minute left, Ryan. I do want to cover how people get access to this, right? So you mentioned GitLab Duo. We didn't talk too much about what that is. How do I get access to GitLab and GitLab Duo?
Yeah, so... all the information is really on GitLab's website, but this feature right now is available for GitLab users, self-hosted, so not the .com, GitLab hosted on EC2, and for ultimate users. So the documentation is all on GitLab.com. And if you are self-hosted GitLab or you're interested in using self-hosted GitLab on EC2, go check out this documentation.
There's I think we dropped a link in the chat for a 60-day free trial, so check that out. And also, there's still a few credits left if you complete the survey, so make sure to do that too.
Oh yeah, the survey. There's a survey. Tell us how we're doing.
And I wonder if anybody got the song or the
artist.
Yeah,
anyone? I mean,
nobody in chat.
I guess it's gonna guess Modest Mouse, but I don't know.
No, that's right. It's George Clinton, Atomic Dog, George Clinton.
Oh,
Parliament.
Yeah,
P-Funk.
Parliament.
Yeah.
P-Funk.
Going back old school.
All right.
All right.
Well, thanks for joining us, Ryan. Thanks
you.
for everything. You stay here because we'll be back.
Don't leave.
Hello, my name is Hannes. I'm part of the AWS Heroes program, and I've been part of the AWS community for a bunch of years already. I'm in my real job. I'm a principal architect at FICO, which is an organization working out of US and building a platform for analytic decisioning. That's a great opportunity as well for myself. And in the community work, I help to organize the AWS Community Day in the German DACH region. And I also run a YouTube channel myself. I sometimes try to blog. And more importantly, in the recent years, I've changed to help others grow within the AWS community, because I think that's something that we really need to do, better. I'm very focused on CI/CD and interested in helping other people to fasten their way to production, helping people to level up their DevOps skills and talking about what DevOps actually means. And my focus is really helping you to automate your way to production on AWS. Using Amazon Web Services tools for my DevOps processes has been a key for mainly my private projects that I run onto. So I'm using Code Pipeline, Code Build, and Code Catalyst for most of my private and personal projects that I do. I also see a lot of the AWS Dev tools now being moved into supporting developers to build faster with generative AI support. And here I've been using Q Developer a lot, especially in the Visual Studio Code IDE, because this really helps me to speed up my deliverables when I am trying to code a little bit. And this is what in the recent years has become my interaction with the AWS Dev tools. I've been working on using a lot of AWS Dev tools in my career. In the recent years, I've used especially Code Pipeline and Code Build. From 2022 to 2023, I invested a lot of my time into working with Code Catalyst, because this is a great product as well. And I think the AWS Dev tools empower us developers to develop faster. In the recent months, especially since the last re:Invent, I've been looking at Amazon Q Developer, living in the Visual Studio Code IDE, because this really supports me in building my software faster than before. Especially what I've used to a lot of is the /dev feature, which can actually code a lot of things for myself. And if you have participated in the AWS Game Dev Challenge, you might have seen my article where I'm sharing some experiences around how I use Q Developer to really build a whole cross-platform game on my own without writing a single line of code. So this has been a very fun experience. What excites me most about Amazon Q is that it simplifies a lot of things that I don't like to do on a day-to-day basis. And as an example, using Q in the console gives me the possibility to somehow dig into operational questions and problems that I have. Using Q Developer in the IDE gives me the possibility to not need to understand the code that I'm actually looking at, or maybe also the error message that I'm looking at. So I've seen myself using Q Developer to help me understand CloudFormation programs, or to help me understand exceptions that I see in any kind of code that I use. And for that, I think Amazon Q right now gives me a lot of possibilities where I can interact with it, and I'm trying to see it as a friend. And here I hope that in the future I might also be able to give Q a better name than Q, because I don't like that part. Using Amazon Q, especially in the IDE, gives me the possibility to develop faster and to get a lot of things done quicker, because I don't need to write all of the code that I traditionally wanted to write. I also don't need to look up all of the documentation, because I can ask Q Developer to help me with implementing special portions of my code. And I think this really speeds me up in a lot of deliverables. Think of I need a GitHub action to deploy CDK code. Yes, of course, this is something that we've all done. But just asking Q Developer to create that for you is something that is pretty powerful, and that has already saved me a tons of hours in my developer career in the recent months. Thank you, and join the AWS community to learn more about what we do and about what the programs really bring you.
Welcome back to our live coverage of AWS Developer Day. I am Farrah Campbell.
And I am AM.
That's right. This is AM Grabelny. We have been your hosts all day today, and we have a returning guest again.
Guess who's back?
Brian Beach down at the end there. Brian, for anybody who's just joining us, hadn't seen Brian yet, you want to tell them about yourself?
Sure.
Please?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name's Brian Beach, and I am the tech lead for our next-gen developer experience team here. So I work with customers on all of our developer services, mostly Amazon Q these days.
And most importantly, today, you have been running the Developer Challenge.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
I think that's what everybody in chat is most excited about, what you've brought to the table.
Very good.
So we've got a third challenge, yeah?
Yes.
This is the last one.
Yes, this is the third one and the last one. So there should be a link. If you've done the prior ones, right, we're starting over. There's a new link in the chat. So you can join, and you'll be taken to a page similar to this where you can register. And I did manage to get Brian Beach in there again.
You got
before
it again.
Somebody stole it.
Wow. All right.
Excellent.
Okay.
Okay, so if you haven't done this before, I'll recap once more. It's going to take you through a couple of questions here designed to form you into two different teams. So on the blue team, that is for inexperienced Python developers who are going to be using Q to complete these tasks. On the red team, you have the more experienced Python developers who are working without Q. And the idea of this challenge is to see how we compare. Can a junior developer who's new to a language using generative AI compete with someone who's experienced? So I'm going to fill this out like I did in the prior runs and assume that I don't have a lot of experience because I want to be on the blue team and not have to work hard. So I'll put in my answers and submit this. And that assigns me onto the blue team. And I'll come in here and jump into task 1. And like before, I'm going to do these live in a bit, but I'll wait a little while and let people get ahead of me so that they have a chance to work on them. We're going to start off with some really easy challenges here, right? In this case, I'll read this one. Given variables A, B, and C, write code so that result is equal to the sum of A and B to the power of C.
You're loving your math today, Brian.
It always starts out with a math one, and then the next one's strings, and then it gets much more complicated. I'm not going to embarrass myself by progressing that far into it.
How have the scores been?
Very good. Very good. Yeah. We should probably go back at the end maybe and bring up one of the old scoreboards and see how things went.
I was going to say, we should shout out some of the winners. I think.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
So you think we've given them enough time to get started?
Yeah, that's probably good that people have had a chance to get started. So let's grab one of these and go play a little bit. So I'm just going to take this first one. Now, of course, you could try to solve this on your own, but I'm just going to take this over into Q and give this one to Q. So whoops, I just copied the empty line. Okay, so I'll just paste this in. What I'm doing here is I'm just going to put this in as a comment into an open Python file. And hopefully, if things go as expected, Q will see that and give me an implementation. So here it's done, it's put in assumed some values, and then actually written the important line of code here that goes through and turns this into math.
And as you learned earlier, how to raise something to a power in Python
is not the carrot, but 2 stars.
2 stars.
Who
Yeah,
knew?
we
Who
learned
knew?
that earlier, and that ties back to Darko and Kobus earlier, telling us it's not just about generating the code; it's about learning from that code that gets generated too.
Absolutely, yes,
Which we did.
Leveling up.
I did. Yes, I will not forget this.
No,
I'll definitely remember this for a while now. Okay, so let's go in. I'm going to paste that in just so everyone can see how you do this. I'm just going to paste this in, and the tool will inject the A, B, and C variables and then test the result. And so I will submit that one, and hopefully I did. I got that right. We've been chatting for a while, so 124 seconds to solve that is actually pretty terrible, and others have probably well ahead of me on the scoreboard right now.
We're trying to distract you.
Yeah. Do you hear Brian blaming you and me for his shortcomings?
Yeah.
You hear that down there, Farrah?
So.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you own that 100.
I blame everybody.
That's
it's
true.
Okay. It's not just you.
Perfect.
So I talked about this a little bit before, but some of the things that I really like here are not, of course, just that it wrote code for me, but it's doing a really good job of understanding the instructions that we're giving it. And as I mentioned in the very first assignment was very similar. That was just add 2 numbers together. And I had misread the instructions and assumed that it said write code so that the result is equal to, in that case, A plus B, or now A and B to the power of C. If you read this closely, it actually says code so that result is equal to, right? It wants you to put these in a variable called result. And I completely missed that on the first pass, but Q does a really good job of understanding these instructions. So you can take somewhat vague instructions and hand them off, and it really is good at figuring out your intent and understanding what you want to do. So let's jump on. I'll keep going. Hopefully everyone's staying ahead of me a little bit, but I'll go into the next one here. And this time we've got some sets. So given these 2 sets, write code so that the result is equal to the intersection of both sets.
Now we're doing some set math.
Yeah. And so I could do that here, right? I could put that in as a comment again, but I'd like to show you some of the other capabilities. So one of the other things I'm going to do is I'm going to use this inline chat. So I just did a Command I on the Mac, and that brings up this Q box, and I can just paste my instructions in there. Sometimes I just simply don't want the comment in my code. Not everything that I tell it do I want to keep a history of and keep that in the code. Sometimes this is a little cleaner. And then Q will go and implement this and put together a quick, that's an easy one, actually. I guess there's a method for that. So
Thank
I can
you.
just,
Thank you, Python.
Yeah.
Thank you, Q, my friend. That helps me get ahead.
That's true, too.
Yeah, I would have probably tried to loop over these things and look for similarities and done something really, really brute force, knowing
Python
that there was an easy way to do this.
Really nice built-in kind of math libraries and things, too.
Yeah. So coming back to earlier, right, when I'm trying to learn something new, this is a great way to do it. This helps me learn lots of new functionality.
You might have tried to import link here.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
In
Coming
your
back
C#
to my
days.
C# days. Yeah. Yes, I am a dinosaur.
What does that make me? I'm also a C# person. I don't feel like a dinosaur.
I'm not going to say you look like one because that would be not nice.
Okay, so I'm going to go on. Let's do the last one here.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, that's not the last one. There are many other challenges in this sequence, but this is the last one that I'm going to do. We're quickly running out of time. So I will grab this one. And the last thing that I want to do, as I've done in the past, is I'm going to do this one in chat. And so I'll put this into the chat. And this, again, is 2 arrays. And we're asking it to write code so that whoops, I can't read that. So that the result is equal to a single array in ascending number order. And so you can see Q has given me an implementation of this. But as before, it's actually given me a couple different implementations, a couple options that I might use. And it's come with some instructions that walk me through how this works. So we looked really quickly at 3 different ways I might interact with Q. In the first one, I was just putting comments in, and it was really quickly giving me an answer, right? That experience is really focused on speed, answering that question really quickly. I then did the inline chat. Again, that was reasonably fast and did exactly what I asked it to do without a lot of extra instructions. Those are 2 solutions that I use all the time when I'm confident and I know what I'm doing. And it helps me work much more quickly. Then we shift over into the chat, and this is great when I don't know what I'm doing. When I'm new to this framework, when I'm new to this language, and I can ask questions here and have it go through and give me all that additional context, all that extra information to really help me understand it. And that is a great way to learn. So those are 3 different ways that you could interact with this. I'm going to come back into here, and let's go check out the scoreboard and see how people are doing. So we've got a couple people that have finished 6 different tasks. Excellent. So people are progressing through this really well. And notice I'm nowhere near the top. We can scroll down and try to find me. There I am all the way down here with only 400 points. So there are people a full order of magnitude ahead of where I'm at, embarrassingly enough.
Yeah. Brian, as you were going through the chat version of this too, it was giving you some different options, some different methods that you could approach this with. One of the things I saw, it had like the dot sort function that you could use. It's built into Python as well. Something that I might do if I was working on that then too, I'd be like, well, what sorting algorithm does the dot sort?
Absolutely.
And that's a great way that you can continue learning, and Q will give you an answer about this is the sorting algorithm that's implemented in the Python sort function.
Yeah. This is just a starting point, right? You can see at the end here, it's actually given me some suggested follow-ups. So
that's nice too.
Said, here's some things that you might want to go and ask. But I can just continue having this conversation. And of course, it's contextually aware. It knows the rest of our conversation, so it understands what I'm talking about and can just pick up from where we left off.
I love it. All right. So, let's look at the scoreboard one last time, too. And, if you are, I have to shout out to, if you are watching on LinkedIn right now, you are about to lose this feed, by the way. So come join us on twitch.tv/AWS if you want to keep watching, which you do, I promise.
Got to stay with us.
Yeah, but we are about to lose the LinkedIn feed. So please come join us over on twitch.tv/AWS. Thank you for playing through all the developer challenges. Brian, thank you for putting them together and coming back and seeing us so much. Stick around. We got some more content for you.
All right, we are back. I'm Jeff Barr. I have been watching patiently all day and listening and learning. I'm here with Farah and AM, who've been causing trouble nonstop, both on screen and behind the scenes, it turns out. We'll get back at them right now. Anyway, I have had an incredibly fun time listening to all these really, really cool talks. We definitely would love to hear from you in the comments. So if you're live with us on Twitch, leave us some final questions, some feedback. It's always great to hear from you. So my first impression as I listened all day was really how important it is to actually still be human, believe it or not. When you first hear about any of these AI-powered tools, the outside reaction is, well, they don't need me anymore. I'm out of here. I'll go sit on a mountain or something. But the reality is being human and being able to deeply understand the problem and to explain it to your AI coding assistant, to understand what is coming back in return, to cooperatively work with your assistant to get to the solution that you want, not the one it's trying to give you, is more important than ever. And it kind of reminds me of maybe the early days of like PCs and Macs. And I'm not much of an artist. I really can't draw too well. But then I'd see these amazing painting and drawing tools and think if I only bought one of those, that I could actually be an artist and I could draw stuff and paint stuff. Well, then I would get one and I still can't actually draw and paint stuff. And it's the person behind the tool. It's not the tool necessarily. And that I think is one of the learnings. And especially listening to all the ways that you have to interact with these tools, and listening to Cobus and Darko talk about how you engineer prompts, and I think I picked up a lot of really cool little bits of wisdom from there. Let's see, what did I like? Let's see, Darko talking about how we can use these as learning tools, and you don't just ask a question, but you say, I'm a new developer, or I'm new to this language, or I'm a super experienced developer. Explain this to me at a level and within a context that makes sense for me. I think that's super, super cool. So using them as learning tools, improving your capabilities as a developer, using these to like actually ask good questions. And I think that's what I've seen is that you can certainly like say, make me a game, okay? And you get some kind of a game. But you can say, make me, give a prompt with a lot of details of the implementation technology, what you want for the front end, what you want for the background, the basic idea, the rules, the exceptions, and so forth. As always, the better of a communicator you are, the better results you're going to get. One neat thing I loved from that session as well, and I did listen to all of them, but this one actually kind of I think really resonated with me. You don't have to spell correctly. This is really fascinating because for decades we've been taught how inflexible the computers are. And you have to get the syntax exactly right. You have to spell everything just right. And one typo and your program doesn't work or it doesn't compile. And the reality is you now can just kind of keep stream of consciousness typing, and a typo or two, if the meaning is there, a typo or two isn't going to really make or break things. And so it's almost you need to resist that urge to backspace and make things look perfect and just say, well, that's okay. The LLM is smart enough to figure this out because other people have misspelled things before. So really, really, really like that. When we talked to David and Rachel, Rachel said that AI won't fully replace humans; it's going to augment them. I think I really, really liked that concept. I love the fact that she now used the phrase traditional prompt engineering, as if it's something we've all been doing for decades already. And that traditional prompt engineering is now already history, but tradition dates back, what, at least 18 months at this point? So.
Yeah. Goes way back.
Yeah, way back.
Does 18? Well, I mean, the way that time has flown for me, yes, I think that does feel like
Now,
ancient.
I do have one observation. I don't think we mentioned one of the most famous dinosaurs of all the entire day.
Which was it?
One that drove me crazy when my kids were young. Who was big and purple and
Barney.
Kinda, yeah, exactly.
Barney,
yeah.
the purple dinosaur.
I did not like Barney either.
It turns out a lot of people had very, let's say, mixed opinions about Barney, and I remember those simple tunes just resonating around the house.
You know?
Yeah, exactly. So we won't even ask AM to sing the Barney theme song. We definitely won't.
No, we would get a copyright strike anyway. Yeah, you know, for those in chat who've been with us all day, you may have noticed we were dropping in some non sequiturs, I guess this is what I'll call them. And there was a theme for the day, and Jeff just gave you a big old clue as to what that theme was. So yes, we were seeing how many times we can make mention of dinosaurs.
Yeah.
To give you what we were doing today. It's a little fun for us.
The funny thing is, if we had been talking more about Bedrock, of course, we've got all the famous. We've got was Dino, right? Dino was the dinosaur in the Flintstones.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. yeah. Look.
Or was that before your time?
Oh no.
Okay, good.
I know. The Flintstones for sure. One of the things that I'm most excited about, Jeff and Farah, is that like when I joined tech, I was not a computer person. I had not used computers. I was like 25 years old when I first learned how to code, and I could barely turn on a computer, let alone program one. And all of these tools that I'm seeing come out now are making it easier, right? Which is always better because it allows more people like me who look at this thing and go, I could never do that. And instead of having this, really difficult path that I have to go find out, like how to do this, how to learn it. No, like I have all these tools now available to me and more tools that like can help me learn how to create all of these things that, have dominated our landscape, right? Like, how do I build that great app idea that I had? Well, like that's becoming more and more of a reality for somebody who has no formal programming training, right?
Yeah, I did it when I was 32. I mean, that's when I started, and it was really, really hard. And I mean, I would have really appreciated being able to ask you and not be like looking for the documentation and being in old documentations, old versions that didn't work and were becoming more problematic. And then also, like, I love the way that it kind of keeps it in like a streamlined environment, and everything is just right there. It's explaining what it's doing, so you don't have to wonder. I could have used it. I will be using it. I already have used it. So
yes, me too. The other side of this too is like the way I learned was deeply through community, right? Which like that's still there and it's still needed. But now I don't have to like bother as many people. You know what I mean? Like I feel like when I was very early on, and still to this day sometimes, I feel like I bother people too much with questions, and this gives me an outlet. Right, where I don't have to go bother, Chase, or I don't have to go bother Mike, or Jeff. Yeah. Well,
and at this point, we haven't seen any of the assistants reply to a question with, "Well, that you can figure that out for yourself. Right. Don't even bother asking me."
Yes, that's right.
Let me Google this for you.
Yeah.
Like it gives me another avenue where, like, maybe I'm a little embarrassed to ask this question. Maybe I'm, like looking for something that like could easily be solved, right? And I'm afraid of taking up somebody's time. Those types of things.
That's what I do.
I see that these tools are huge for that. Right?
I think so.
Yeah. All right.
And
well,
we are just about out of time.
Running out of time, Jeff.
We are done.
Or Farah, any last thoughts? What do you think, Farah? What was your big takeaway from the day?
My big takeaway is just like how much more advanced everything is getting and how much like more specialized. I'm just like thinking about like the early days and how far they've come, kind of like how dinosaurs had to evolve and adapt over time. So it's generative AI. Yeah,
right? They're birds now. Yeah.
But birds aren't real. You told me that last week.
That's Kyle. Kyle's all about the birds not being real. I've got my own.
That's right.
I'm the UAP guy.
That's right.
I love the watch the skies. That's me.
Amazing.
I want to believe. Maybe we can end on that.
We should.
Thank you all for watching.
We're done.
Yeah. We're so happy you joined us today. We'll see you next time.